Good afternoon. I hope everyone has found their way to our conference. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to this first day of our virtual conference. My name is Anja Salzer and I have the honor to guide you through the program of the upcoming days and facilitate the discussion around World Heritage Beech Communities. I see there's still some people joining, so welcome to all of the new entries. The organizing team of the conference and I are very pleased you're joining us to this international conference with the title World Heritage Beech Communities, Experiences, Results and Conclusion. Since the Angermünde City Administration is hosting this conference, I would warmly like to invite Frederik Bever, the Mayor of Angermünde, for officially opening this conference. Mr. Bever, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Salzer. Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, okay. Now it's my turn. I would have liked to greet you all live, best in the woods, but online is different and good too. It was a long hike to get here. That's how it feels for me when I think of the first ideas for the project. But the project is about trees. And a forest also grows very slowly, and it takes many, many years also to become a World Heritage Beech Community. But I'm sure that that journey worth, because people meet here who represent the important UNESCO concern and want to preserve a legacy for humanity. I'm very proud as Mayor of Angermünde that we have walked this path together to this point. And for me, every point I reach is always a beginning. In this spirit, I would like to extend a warm welcome to you and always cheerful forward. A short video accompanies my welcome. Enjoy the next 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this thoughtful and warm welcome. And now we hope that our beautiful team in the background will show us the video.
Hello.
Thank you once again, Mr. Bever. Also thank you for this beautiful insight into the area. We are very glad that Caroline Selis, the coordinator of the UNESCO World Heritage Signed Ancient Primeval Beech Forests in Europe, is joining us throughout this conference. And I would like to invite her for a brief welcome note from the end of the coordination office. Caroline Selis, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm always honored if I'm asked to take the word after the mayor of the City of Angermünde. So that's so thanks a lot for this honor. I think also there's I'm also very glad for the cooperation we have with the Beech Power project, and also with the great work from the Marin and our team from the City of Angermünde, because we're a small team at the UNESCO coordination office, and we really appreciate all the nice collaboration we have with the Beech Power project. I think, yeah, at this moment we're with 18 countries in our network, covering 94 protected areas with a surface of 95,000 hectares. I think it's huge. But what I realized really quickly by taking up this job is that when you try to manage a forest or protect a forest, it's not only about biology or about communication, but it's also about like sociology, how to deal with communities, how to make sure that everyone can contribute. So I think the work that has been done in the Beech Power project is really valuable. I think for all the 94 partners in our network. So that's yeah, we realized that we are now with these 18 countries. We have 20 languages. So we're working from Belgium to Ukraine, and from Germany to the south of Italy. So there's so many cultures, so many different realities, but we're all having the same challenges. So it's very different, but it's also very similar at the same time. And we're all trying to figure out how to do this participation of communities, and how to make sure that all stakeholders are involved. And maybe the realities in other countries are very different, but there's also a common understanding, and we all have the same common situation. So that's why I think this conference today is really valuable. So I'll end here, and I'll pass over the word back to the moderator for today.
Thank you very much for providing us those important details and insights. Also pointing out the importance of what has been done within the Beech Power project. And I would like to invite Markus Walther, the coordinator of the Interact Beech Power project, now for a short welcome note. Markus Walther, are you here?
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for the invitation by the mayor of Angermünde and by the Angermünde team in our project. I'm very honored that I also get the chance to say a few words in the beginning. First of all, I want to thank you for this valuable work leading to this very valuable concept of World Heritage Beech Communities that have been developed and formed throughout the project by our partners in Angermünde, but also in the communities Loška Dolina and Kočevje and Stari Grad in Croatia. So I'm very thankful for this, and maybe taking up the ideas and thoughts that Caroline already presented. I think that this concept has a great potential because of our very rich World Heritage site, which is containing so many different protected areas in different countries and regional settings. But I think the connection between the protected area where the component part is located, as well as the close to nearby located communities, has a very, very great potential and provides a lot of opportunities to anchor the World Heritage in the regions, and also to strengthen regional sustainable development, especially in the forest context. So yeah, I think this is a very important milestone in this already long and successful story of the World Heritage Beech Forests. And I'm glad that with this project and especially with this work package, we could really bring life to the beech forest family, as so many different colleagues from all of these partner countries and beyond participated. And I think this is what it is about. I think this World Heritage Site is so special and valuable for Europe, as it represents Europe. It is a European story, and it's a good story. So I'm very much looking forward to this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Markus Walter. I myself, I'm also looking forward to this conference, and you've mentioned some very interesting points. Unfortunately, soon the project will come to an end, which is already in March 2020. But I do believe that this is a reason to celebrate and reflect on what has been achieved. Therefore, this conference is also aimed at taking stock and building on experiences and results, but as well, as you said, thinking ahead. In order to get closer to this goal, we have to put together a pretty diverse program, and I would ask the background team now to show the program. So the first part of today is aiming at sharing experiences and results obtained within the work package, empowering World Heritage Beech Communities as models for ecosystem-based sustainable development. For this, project partners from Germany, Croatia, and Slovenia will provide us with insights into their experiences. By the end of the session, there's the opportunity to pose questions, exchange, and discuss. Part 2 of the agenda consists of 2 parallel keynote speeches. One is on how to tackle environmental problems with the help of participatory processes, provided by Dr. Katja Arzt. And the other one, provided by Rüdiger Biel, is on regional cooperation in the World Heritage region Wartburg-Hainichen. So it basically looks beyond this. The second part looks beyond the Beech Power project and provides us with a broader perspective. We will, after those 2 speeches, we will have the possibility to discuss, and after the official program has ended, we would all like to invite you to the Beech Power lounge or meeting place at a different platform, which is called WonderMe. This platform provides us with the possibility to informally interact with each other and get together. Yes. So, but one word, if you join us there, it makes sense to use the Chrome browser, as this application works best with Chrome. Since this conference brings together professionals as well as researchers from different European countries with a broad range of knowledges and experiences, we would also like to take the chance to jointly discuss experiences and further opportunities in various workshop sessions tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. The results will then be made available to a broader public in form of an overall strategy of enhanced regional cooperation and development of World Heritage Beech Forests. On behalf of the entire organizing team, I would like to thank you for being here and sharing your insights. And I'm really looking forward to an enlightened discussion. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank everyone in the background who contributed to the preparation of this event. I especially would like to pay some tribute to the organizing team with Marin Michelson from the city administration of Angermünde. Could you maybe show yourself briefly?
Yes, hello, welcome from my side.
As well as Hannah Olos and Natalie Harms from the European Wilderness Society, who facilitate our joint virtual stay and support the conference technically. So that is Natalie.
Hi.
Hi, thank you for supporting us. And there's also Hannah.
Hello,
So if you have
welcome from my side
any,
as well.
beautiful, thank you. So if you have any questions or difficulties, the team will be glad to assist you as soon as possible. You can either write into the chat, or in the case you're entirely kicked out of the conference, you can also write an email to Hannah. For our first part of the agenda today, we have speakers from the Beech Power project, as I said. But before I introduce them, I would like to invite you to really get acquainted with the chat function, since after each presentation of the speakers, you will have the possibility for a short Q&A, and after all the 3 sessions or presentations that we will hear, we will also have a joint discussion round where we will be able to discuss further questions in a collective session. Our first presenter today is Marin Michelson, which I would like to, from the City Administration of Angermünde. She's an environmental manager by profession and leads the work package 1 of the World Heritage Beech Project. She will provide us with an overview of the project, followed by some insights into experiences and lessons learned from the project. Thank you very much, Marin. The screen is yours now.
Yes, thank you very much for the introduction. I hope everybody is able to see my screen now. Is that true?
We are.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that confirmation. Yes, I'm happy to be here with you. I was already introduced. My name is Marin Michelson, and I've been working in the Beech Power project for the City Administration of Angermünde. And yes, I'm glad to be here and to share our experiences of dealing with this topic of being a World Heritage Beech Community, especially during these last 3 years of the Beech Power project. I would like to start with a short overview about the Beech Power project. This project was about the World Heritage Beech Forests, empowering and catalyzing an ecosystem-based sustainable development. And as Mrs. Salza already mentioned, the project is pretty much over. We will finalize it in March. And the main objective that we were aiming at with this project was to enhance the management quality and the effectiveness of the UNESCO World Heritage Site, to safeguard the integrity of the ecosystems in our component parts. And we did this building up capacities, trying to involve relevant stakeholders and to anchor the World Heritage Site in regional sustainable development. And the project was mainly funded by the European Rural Development Fund. In this project, we were dealing with or working in different work packages. And the one we are dealing with today is the first work package, empowering World Heritage Beech Communities as model for ecosystem-based sustainable development. And yes, this conference also serves as a conclusion of this work package. And here you can see the project partners of the Beech Power project, and the ones highlighted here are the ones that were involved in this first work package: the City Administration of Angermünde, Slovenia Forest Service in Slovenia, and the National Park Paklenica in Croatia. And within this work package, with our 3 project partners, we were quite active in 4 target areas: the Grumsin in Germany, 2 component parts that are located in the Paklenica National Park in Croatia, and 2 more component parts, Snesnik and Krokar in Slovenia. And before I come to our experiences from Angermünde, I would like to give you an overview about the content of our work package. So this is like the process or the content which was the same for the 3 project partners in the work package. So the process was the following. The first thing we did was a site-specific situation analysis in our 4 target areas. Therefore, we conducted a workshop to do this participatory situation analysis, because we wanted to know what is actually the state of the art in our component parts. Like, what are the needs, what is the potential, and what are the requirements for good management? And then, having done this participatory situation analysis in our 4 target areas, we went for the second step and developed regional strategies and working programs for our component parts. Here, conducting again a participatory strategy development workshop. And then the result of this workshop was that we developed regional strategies for enhanced cooperation between the protected areas and the municipalities, and how to create additional participatory processes. And now, having these regional studies and these regional strategies from our 4 target areas, we could derive 2 more generic strategies, 2 general governance strategies that we developed. The first one dealing with the question how to involve actors in the surroundings of the protected areas into participatory planning processes, and the second one dealing with the question how to integrate natural heritage in regional sustainable development. So this part here was more like the more conceptual part of our work package. But there was also a much more implementation-oriented part. We implemented several pilot activities. One was the development and the testing of a marketing and communication concept. And this led to the implementation of several communication and marketing activities in our 4 target areas. We successfully established local working groups, which got some kind of institutionalized in order to assure a continued cross-stakeholder cooperation dealing with one specific topic, for example, education. And within this project, we also conducted a youth exchange, which we called Beech Academy. And this youth exchange then resulted in a partnership between us, the City of Angermünde, and the colleagues from Croatia and the involved municipality there, Stari Grad. So this is the overview I wanted to give you. And now I would like to come to our experiences from Angermünde, dealing with our component part, the Grumsin. The Grumsin is one of 5 component parts in Germany, this one highlighted here. It is located about 80 kilometers from Berlin, northeast, and within a biosphere reserve, the biosphere reserve Schorfheide Kurin. It is about 8 kilometers away from the city of Angermünde, as you can see here. And we are dealing with a rather small component part with 590 hectares. And here you can see, you saw it in the movie before in the short video from above, and this is the city hall of Angermünde, where we would really have liked to receive you today in person. And at the same time, this is the place where we have been dealing with this question: what does it mean to be a World Heritage Beech Community, and how can we as a World Heritage Beech Community support or promote the ecosystem-based sustainable development of our region? So now I'm coming to this part of our work package, the participation process. So the situation analysis, as I said, was conducted in the form of a 2-day workshop, including a half-day excursion. And here we were working with the method of the open standards for the practice of conservation. And we had 45 participants from different areas participating here. And the result of this workshop, that we could assess the direct influences on our protected area. We could assess the benefits which society and our stakeholders can derive from the Grumsin. And we could also assess the contributions of the Grumsin in terms of quality of life and regional development. And we synthesized the results of this workshop, including further studies, in a regional study on needs, potentials, and requirements for good management, with a special regard to the topics of sustainable regional development, tourism, and education. And then on the basis of this regional study, we went for the second step and did this strategy development, here again in the form of a 2-day workshop, this time with 40 participants, again from different areas. And here we successfully developed a joint strategy for the protection of the Gromzien and the sustainable use of its services. And we collect a very diverse set of ideas for activities that aim at improving information and participation of citizens, other activities to promote the sustainable regional development in our region, further activities that were proposed in order to enhance contributions to visitor experience, visitor management and guiding, activities to integrate the topic of the World Heritage into activities of regional stakeholders, especially educational actors, further activities to promote the European character of the World Heritage series, and additional activities to enhance the cooperation between municipalities and the management authority responsible for our component part. And this was then, again, these results, they were synthesized within a strategy, the strategy for the conservation and the sustainable use of the World Heritage landscape Gromzien by local stakeholders. And as I said before, we did this same process, this participation process in our 4 target areas. And then having these regional studies and regional strategies from these 4 target areas, we could then derive 2 more general governance strategies. The first one dealing with the question of good governance and how to involve stakeholders in planning processes. And the second one dealing with the question of how to integrate the World Heritage beech forests in regional sustainable development. And these strategies, these governance strategies, we can make them available to you with the conference minutes we will send around after the conference, but they are all also available on the knowledge exchange platform, which you might already have access to. Now I'd like to come to the more implementation-oriented part of our work package. As I said, we developed and tested a marketing and communication strategy. So as a first step, we did an analysis about the stakeholders and the target groups we would actually like to deal with. And then we set up a strategic plan and specific activities in order to improve the internal communication between all the relevant stakeholders with respect to our component part, and also activities to improve the external communication about the Gromzien. And yeah, here we tested some activities, and here you can see some pictures where we conducted educational activities in the forest. We had art projects with children in the forest. We spent a project week with a school class in the component part, dealing with the topic of the World Heritage Site. We organized a training for the nature and landscape guides, an outdoor first aid course for them in order to be well prepared for the excursions and guides they offer in our component part. Further, we had a volunteer week in our municipal forests, where together with a group of volunteers, we spent 1 week doing some important maintenance work in our municipal forest, which we call the little brother of the Gromzien because it's closely located to the Gromzien, and it's an important interest of the City of Angermünde to enhance the or to have a good ecological integrity of this municipal forest. And besides these educational activities and the ones I just mentioned, we also tried out different formats in terms of public relations work. Like we asked people to post a video to the UNESCO World Heritage Day. We conducted a photo competition celebrating the 10th anniversary of the component part Grumsin being inscripted in the UNESCO World Heritage Site. We offered a workshop, nature photography with a smartphone for young people in the forest. We invited artists to do a dance performance in our component part embedded in a guided tour. And we try to be present at regional events and to use these regional events as platforms or opportunities to communicate the UNESCO concern and to disseminate the information about our World Heritage Site and its importance. And I already mentioned the local working group we successfully established for our component part. And here we could join the important actors of our region that deal with World Heritage education and education for sustainable development. And yes, this local working group is actively working and will continue working beyond project time. And I already mentioned also the youth exchange, Beech Academy. Here we received a group of students from the municipality of Starigrad, a school from there, which is related to the component parts located in the Paklenica National Park. And together with our Angermünde students, we spent a week dealing with the topic of the World Heritage Site and spending a lot of time in the forest. And in the end, I would like to share a short video with you about this exchange. But before, I would like to share some main conclusions with you. Yes, I can say that we had a very positive experience with this participation process that we conducted. And at the same time, we learned that it's really important that when you conduct such a participation process, that you really need to communicate the real purpose of this participation and also the limits of participation that you have. Then what we see now is a clear need for institutional commitment, like we were able to develop a lot of products in our project. And now our next task is to get more organizations, institutions from our region on board and to collectively work on these outputs and continue the implementation of these results. With regard to the pilot activities, I showed some examples to you. We can say that these were all successful, and we had a good experience with this. And with this implementation of these pilots, we could provide new impulses to the region and to our regional actors, and also important products as the strategies that I mentioned to you. And with the project, again, we learned about the importance of regional cross-stakeholder cooperation. I also mentioned the local working group, which was one successful format in order to achieve this cross-stakeholder and continuous cooperation. And I mentioned before, like the Beech Academy, this youth exchange was actually one of our highlights in this project. And this is why I would like to finish my presentation sharing this video with you to give you more insight into our work here from Angermünde.
Das Besondere an dem Besuch der kroatischen Schüler jetzt hier in Angermünde und dem Austausch mit Angermünder Schülern ist sicherlich, dass das UNESCO-Anliegen europäischer Buchenwälder jetzt tatsächlich mit Leben erfüllt wird. Also hier auch der Austausch über die Jugend. Also dass die junge Generation merkt, okay, da gibt es in einem anderen europäischen Land auch einen Buchenwald, nicht nur bei uns. Wir fahren da mal hin, wir lernen die Menschen kennen und letztendlich hoffe ich auch, dass wir mit diesem ja erstmalig stattfindenden Jugendaustausch auch am Ende ein bisschen zum friedlichen Europa beitragen können, dass diese Generationen, die sich jetzt kennenlernen, sozusagen nicht auf die Idee kommen, in Europa andere Dinge auf den Weg zu bringen, außer einem Zusammensein.
In unserem Projekt Beech Power, da geht es ja darum, steckt ja schon im Namen, Empowering World Heritage Communities. Wir arbeiten mit Kommunen zusammen, die in der Nachbarschaft von Weltnaturerbe-Teilgebieten. Die wollen wir quasi instand setzen, die Tatsache, dass sie eine Weltnaturerbe-Buchenkommune sind, zu leben. Und dazu gehört unserer Ansicht nach auch ein Austausch von jungen Menschen, den man ermöglicht, den man moderiert, mit Kommunen, Städten in anderen Teilen Europas, die auch zu dieser Weltnaturerbe-Familie gehören.
When I worked in the nature park as a conservation officer, we were doing nature protection with the adults mainly, and projects and research projects and stuff. And now I work as a teacher, and in my experience, the only true way to protect nature is to educate the children.
Wir, die Erwachsenen, die in diesen Berufen tätig sind, müssen alles daran tun, dass wir das den Kindern ermöglichen. Weil sie auf diese Weise, was sie alles erlebt und gelernt haben, das können wir ihnen in der Schule nicht auf einem Platz anbieten.
Was bedeutet eigentlich Weltnaturerbe und was bedeutet Weltnaturerbe Buchenwald in 2 verschiedenen Ländern? Also was bedeutet ein Buchenwald in Deutschland und ein anderer in Kroatien?
Das ist ein schöner Austausch hier von Schülern, weil die Schüler können neue Kultur kennen und viele von denen werden eigentlich das nie vergessen. Das ist der Sinn. Alle sind zusammen, Deutsche und Kroaten, spielen, reden.
When you go to another country, I think the most beautiful thing is that you see that everything has similarities and differences.
Actually, just keep being a place alone. Open your mind, your ear, smell the forest.
Diese Übung, Stille im Wald und jeder sich einzeln, ganz für sich alleine, einmal in die Natur setzt, beinhaltet eigentlich, dass man sich komplett einlässt auf das Außen, dass da eine Verbindung stattfindet, dass man seine Wahrnehmung öffnet und dass man die Schönheit wahrnimmt. Und in dieser Übung ist auch klar geworden, was bedeutet der Wald für jeden und jede Einzelne aus diesem Kreis.
I found that day the most interesting when we went to the actual forest. We took a walk. We even got a chance to roam free by ourselves and for it to be peaceful and quiet.
I wanted to see how it is here. How are these forests looking compared to ours? I wanted to see the beauty of this national park.
In the National Park Paklenica, the terrain is a bit more, how do I say, cliff. There are more cliffs than here. I see a lot of animals, and the beach it's a beautiful tree. Like it looks good.
ganze Woche war eigentlich davon geprägt, dass wir verschiedenen Menschen in dieser Region begegnet sind. Und das heißt eigentlich der Begegnungspunkt mit ganz normalen Menschen, die ein Stück ihres UNESCO-Weltnaturerbes gezeigt und präsentiert haben.
Besonders spannend wird es, wenn die Menschen verschieden sind, wenn Menschen aus unterschiedlichen Regionen sich gemeinsam Gedanken machen, feststellen, Mensch, so weit haben wir ja auch. Wie geht ihr damit um? Wie machen wir das? Was habt ihr dazu für einen Bezug? Und sobald man sich gemeinsam austauscht, dann bleiben auch die Dinge hängen und man entdeckt auch ganz neue Sachen.
Es ist eben weit mehr als wir beschäftigen uns mit dem Buchenwald sozusagen. Es führt eben dazu, dass sich einfach Menschen kennenlernen und begegnen. Ja? Und ich habe gerade vorhin erfahren, dass ja viele das erste Mal überhaupt im Ausland sind. Ja? Ihre erste Flugreise, okay, aber das erste Mal im Ausland.
Es gibt nicht nur 10 oder 100, es gibt 1000 Gründe, warum man hier sein müsste. Und dass wir diese Chance bekommen haben, ich bin sehr glücklich, die Kinder sind glücklich und man hat mehr bekommen, als man sich überhaupt vorstellen konnte.
My highlight was seeing these children get together and get to know another country, another culture, another natural beauty, and join with the German pupils and function as a community.
Da wir ein Teil der Natur sind, müssen wir dann arbeiten, direkt weitergeht.
Wir freuen uns auf Buchen Beech Power 2.
Und ganz zum Schluss kommt jetzt eigentlich das ganz Besondere hier an dem Ort, dass wir eine Nacht draußen verbringen. Das heißt, das Naturerlebnis eigentlich auf den Höhepunkt bringen.
Marin Michelson, thank you very much for the comprehensive overview over the project and the insights into experiences and lessons learned, including their potentials and limits. We would have some time for direct questions now, so please go ahead. If you have questions, ask them immediately. I will have a look at the chat as well, which says the video is great. Michelson, you mentioned in your presentation, more or better institutional commitment is needed. What does it mean in concrete terms?
Yes, thank you. Maybe first, there was one last statement I wanted to make.
I'm sorry.
No, also, don't worry. Also, having seen this video again and again, yeah, I just wanted to say that for us, it was like really a really great experience having this opportunity to participate in this project. And as Caroline Sellis said in the very beginning, it's so much more than nature protection. It's also about bringing people together. And yes, we are very thankful for this opportunity. And now coming to the question about institutional commitment, yes, I think participating in a project as such, it brings a lot of potential and opportunities to a region, because then you have resources to implement, to try out things which you might not have the capacities for without such a project. But then this cannot be the only solution. Like, I think what we also need is to establish or to generate more resources that are constantly available for all the institutions and actors that are relevant for the component part, the Grumsin in our case, in order to be able to then keep on with these results that can be generated by such a project as the Beech Power project. But yeah, therefore we need some continuous resources that we should now work together on to generate these resources.
Thank you very much. Is there more questions? Markus Walter has a question.
Okay, thank you, Anja. It's rather a comment than a question. I wanted to come back on this great potential. First of all, thank you very much for this very nice presentation and the video that you also put together in this work package on this very special activity, which was actually also a milestone, and it was a real pilot, as it was the first time that within this very nice European framework of World Heritage Beech Forests component parts and related communities, there was this kind of exchange, and I think, and now I come to my point, and I think that this example, as well as the local working groups that you presented and the other activities related to education, that there's such a great potential in other countries and surroundings and communities of component parts, where you find, wherever you find a similar setting with communities that are willing to have a look at these things and maybe try to find ways to implement these. I think there's a great potential, and this would contribute very much to, as I said before, the local anchoring of the World Heritage and bringing benefits for the local rural population. Yeah, thanks.
Would you want to add on that, Marin Michelson?
Maybe I can just add at this point that actually this implementation of the youth exchange, we were just able to implement the first part of it. Like actually, it was planned to implement a second meeting then with the pupils from Germany traveling to Starigrad, like to the pupils in Croatia. But due to the pandemic, this could not take place. Unfortunately, the last chance that we have is that we will be able to conduct this second meeting, then the second part of the exchange, in the middle or end of March, before the project ends. But if the situation continues as it is right now, then we will have to find another solution out of the Beech Power project in order to implement and continue with this exchange, which is anyway an interest of both municipalities that are involved to continue with this exchange and find other ways of financing for this activity.
There's more, Markus. From Markus Walter, yes, please.
Thank you. Maybe just quickly to add up on this and the question before regarding this institutional commitment. So this is also a very nice example of two communities that commit themselves to further make use or implement this kind of or inter-regional, transnational cooperation. So yeah, this is, and I think this can also be an example that can be taken up by other partners. So yeah, regarding the institutional commitment.
Thanks a lot. Is there more questions? Otherwise, I would myself would like to ask a question, which is what for you was the most empowering moment throughout the project, like from the perspective of the city administration, where did you really see empowerment happening?
I have to say that I did not have the chance to be there during the whole project. I just joined the project from last year, April on. Before that, it was a colleague of mine, Lena Strixner, doing the work for Angermünde. So I can only answer with respect of, nearly the last year. And empowerment, Actually, when you ask me about empowerment, when I really saw in this week of encounter between the pupils that empowerment was happening, that like it was really nice to see how these young people in this age where you might think that it might be difficult for them to connect with the forest, but no, nevertheless, there was like a strong connection and empowerment, and they got to, besides the language barriers, like now they had to speak in English, so this was, at least for our German pupils, this was not an easy task. So, but here I could see during this week, like that the participants of this Beech Academy could really, yeah, they felt empowered, or they were empowered by this exchange, participating in this exchange, and I see it until today, like they are still in contact with each other, and they are waiting for this second part and this encounter in Croatia. So yeah, this is how I would answer the question. I saw these young people being empowered by this personal meeting and dealing with, or being in the forest and connecting with the forest.
In the video, Benjamin Herold was saying that this exchange also was kind of a means to rooting knowledge. So you were saying, talking about the exchange, but it's also the between people, but actually it's also you just mentioned also the exchange with the forest in a sense. So there's various levels of exchange and interaction.
Yes, and what we also could achieve with organizing this week for the pupils, we had to get together several actors from the region, because like we wanted to present to the pupils all what is there in our region. So this was also nice to bring all these different actors together, and everybody participating and contributing to this week with his and her experience, knowledge, and yeah, this was a really nice experience.
Thank you very much. Is there more questions? The easiest is if you raise your hand, because I cannot see all of you at the same time. So if someone switches on their video, I don't necessarily see it immediately. Okay, but for the moment, I cannot see anything. So I would like to thank you once again very much for those insights. And I would like to ask our second speaker of today, Ivana Ajic from Paklenica National Park in Stari Grad, to join us. Ivana is a biologist with an interest in butterflies, reptiles, and amphibians, originally from the area where she's also working as the project manager of the Beech Power project. Thank you very much for being here, and if you'd like, you may share your screen with us.
Well, thank you for the introduction. Let me just share the screen. Okay, you're all able to see the screen now?
Yes, we are.
Okay, good afternoon to everybody. I will be presenting the project partner Paklenica National Park, public institution. Just a second, I need to have the presentation mode on. And the activities implemented within the work package 1. So to start, Paklenica National Park is located in the southern part of Croatia, near the Adriatic coast. This is a mountainous area covering the altitudes from 20 meters above sea level up to 1,757 meters above sea level. You can see the arrow on the screen pointing to the national park area. It is a part of the Velebit mountain, and it is completely surrounded by the Velebit Nature Park. In its close vicinity on the same mountain, there is a second national park and a second World Heritage Beech Forest site with a component part Držanski and Hajdučki Kukovi, located in the northern Velebit National Park. The closest town is 45 kilometers away from the Paklenica National Park, and more than 50 kilometers away from the UNESCO World Heritage. The municipality of Stari Grad, which is an associated partner in the Beech Power project, is located adjacent to the borders of the national park and consisting of less than 1,500 inhabitants. There are no major buildings nor industry in the whole municipality, and the main economy is, the main branch of economy is actually nature-based tourism. In the center of the national park, there are two World Heritage component parts of beech forests. They are stretching from east to west at two different altitudinal belts. Suba Draga Klimenta covers the area from 700 up to 1,200 meters above sea level, and Oglavinovac Javornik, the area of 1,200 up to 1,500 meters above sea level. Within the work package 1, we have had two workshops with our stakeholders. First one, the participatory situation analysis, was held online on September 28, 2020. There were 30 participants from different areas, such as national decision-making and expert institutions, relevant ministries, nature conservation institutions, state forest enterprises, municipalities from the surroundings, and local stakeholders. The main goal of the workshop was to acquire inputs from stakeholders on the current situation of the area of the UNESCO World Heritage component parts. The topics that were discussed were impacts from climate change, impacts from the management of the surrounding area and ecosystem services. Visitation was actually not identified as a threat due to the low accessibility of the component parts. Grazing in the surroundings was identified as possible negative impact on the component parts on the ecosystem, actually, in the surroundings, if not controlled. As the ecosystem services are concerned, special opportunity to experience intact nature, oxygen generation, carbon sink and purification of atmosphere, contribution to recreational and health function were identified, and the obtained results were used later in the development of the regional strategy. The second workshop held within the work package 1 was the participatory strategy development, also as one-day online event held on December 11th, 2020. In total, 34 participants attended the workshop, and the objective was actually a continuation of the previous workshop based on the results of which, with relevant stakeholders and experts from local community, the regional strategy and appropriate work programs were developed. The topics of the discussion were tourism and visitor management in the World Heritage context, regional and local development, education and research. The discussion resulted in numerous ideas and proposed activities, which can be summarized into the following. The need for constant education, either management staff, local population, schools, visitors, regular control of the activities in the surroundings in order to foster sustainable development of the area, awareness raising activities and expanding the context of the beech forest to the European level, monitoring, all kinds of monitoring, ecosystem, species, visitors, public institution capacity building, knowledge and experience exchange. As a result of the two workshops, the regional strategy for enhanced cooperation between protected areas and local communities was developed. The strategy determines specific goals, measures, and priorities of conservation and development related to the World Heritage and the manner of their achievement, as well as the mutual relationship of stakeholders involved in the implementation. The planning part of the document covered 4 themes: conservation, research and monitoring, sustainable tourism and visitor management, education, promotion, capacity building, effective management and cooperation with local communities. On the right part of the presentation, you can see the structure. So there was a theme, there was a general goal, specific goal, activity within the goal, few activities within each goal, and indicators for those activities, and also associates that were identified that were needed and necessary for the implementation of the activity. Besides the strategy implementation, the objectives and specific goals of the strategy are in line with goals and objectives of the new public institution management plan, which is currently in its final phase. The implementation of the regional strategy will be planned through appropriate activities in the annual program for the protection, maintenance, conservation, promotion, and use of the Paklenica National Park in the coming years. And besides the workshops with stakeholders and strategies developed, pilot activities with local communities were also part of the work package 1. Paklenica National Park Public Institution implemented 3 pilot activities: a local working group, developing and testing marketing strategy, and European Youth Exchange Beech Academy. Meetings with stakeholders, workshops that were held, and regional strategy that was developed all pointed out the need for a thematic work of the working group, and the theme that needed to be covered was education, interpretation, promotion, and visibility. The aim of the local group was education about the World Heritage and the component parts, both for the local population and for the visitors. Promotion and increasing visibility of UNESCO World Heritage by raising awareness on the importance of the site protection and the benefits this international designation can provide to the local community. The meetings of the working group had to be implemented online. The group consisted of a variety of stakeholders who are involved in the topics of education, nature protection, and tourism. In total, 23 participants attended the kickoff meeting, and there were 2 other meetings following. The work of the working group included discussions, homework, so they were given assignments to deal with in the meanwhile, in between the 2 meetings, and they needed to come up with as many ideas for the working program development. And I must say they were really successful in those ideas, in the development of the ideas. Altogether, about more than 80 ideas were produced within this working group work. And also joint selection of the proposed ideas and solution was one of the activities of the working group. The result of the really successful work of the local working group is actually developed a working program. Activities that are developed within the program will be then some of them are included in the new management plan. Another pilot activity, which was much needed for the public institution, as it was the first such, was developing and testing of marketing strategy. Marketing concept was developed based on the results of implementation of the local working group. The concept of marketing strategy of the Paklenica National Park is developed together with external experts who also worked on the implementation of the local working group. Within the development of the regional marketing strategy, 2 thematic areas were identified according to which the planning of the specific goals and activities was carried out. The thematic area 1, informing and education, and thematic area 2, interpretation, promotion, and visibility. Some of the activities within the marketing strategies that were already implemented as an awareness raising activities are art competition, which was aimed at the school population. We also had photo competition aimed at general public. One of the most popular activities within this marketing strategy was actually Adopt a Beech Tree activity, which was aimed at broader public, and also it was so popular that it ended up on the national television, and we were really satisfied with this activity, and it's brought a lot of attention to the beech forests. Also, some of these activities are development of informative and educational leaflets, recording a promotional video on the area, 3D visualization of selected localities in the area, and preparation of worksheets for children, school children, setting the visitor counters in the locations of the two component parts. This is the activity that needs to be implemented yet. And the last pilot activity about which we were especially excited was the European Youth Exchange Beech Academy, which was partially implemented. As Marin said, children from our local school went to Germany and had precious time of education, adventures, and bonding. And it was supposed to be implemented in Croatia as well from October 25th until October 30th. 2021, but unfortunately it had to be cancelled due to the restrictions. We had everything planned. There was a program, and day before they had to come, it needed to be cancelled. So, but we are hoping that we will have the opportunity to host our friends someday. Lessons learned during the implementation of the activities within the work package 1 may be separated into two categories: cooperation with local stakeholders and pilot implementations. Well, within the cooperation with local stakeholders, the public institution has a relatively large pool of stakeholders already identified and analyzed. However, the number of stakeholders that are responding and cooperating is limited. We have the experience that usually the same stakeholders attend most of the workshops. From our experience, the enormous number of workshops that were held in person or online, not just regarding the Beech Power project, but also regarding the other projects and the management plan and other management documents. So we had, in the last couple of years, we have had a lot of workshops. And our experience is that this number of workshops lead to a saturation with such events, and it is necessary to carefully choose which stakeholders to invite and for which occasion. No major conflicts arose during the workshops. The stakeholders that participated in the public institution, they have similar goals, which are to preserve natural values, to avoid mass tourism in the area, to improve the education in order to raise awareness among the local population and visitors, and to work towards the sustainable development of the area. The public institution needs to identify its weak points regarding the communication with all the identified stakeholders and invest effort into improvement of the connections with the group of stakeholders that generally do not respond and are not actively participating. The stakeholders that do participate in workshops generally are highly interested in nature conservation topics. And the second category are the pilot implementations, such as local working group and youth exchange. Generally, the implementation of the working group was a great success. A significant number of activities were developed. And lastly, the numbers of the group the members of the group interconnected and started planning additional activities in the project, in the protected area, which were beyond the scope of this working group, but it will be supported by the public institution whenever implemented in the future. And since this working group was the first of a kind in this protected area, the challenge was to select the best suited and available members of the working group and to have them commit to the meetings and the assignments that were given to them in the meanwhile. And this working group proved it could be an example of good practice for other institutions managing the protected areas as well. And despite of all the challenges that this activity has gone through, the European Youth Exchange Beech Academy was rather successful and beneficial both for the pupils and for the Paklenica National Park. The most needed awareness raising and education about the World Heritage and the European scope of the beech forests were successfully implemented. The pupils and their teachers came back enriched with experience, knowledge, friendships, and I hope the enriched love towards nature and towards forests. And that's about it from me. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, please ask.
Thank you very much for providing us insights into this truly impressive work that has been done, especially at the end of the working groups. Is there any questions from the audience? Then please raise your hand. You find the raising hand button at reactions below your screen. Otherwise, I would be asking the question of Caroline Selis first, who has the curiosity how it works with adopting beech trees.
We selected 5 beech trees in the component part, which were easily accessible. Easily is actually a quoted word because the component parts are located in the mountain, and so we needed to be careful to include those trees that were really easily accessible, rather easily accessible, and then we took coordinates of those trees, and we posted a competition via Facebook and invited everybody that was interested in to be a beech adopter to give us a really good and original reason why he or she should be a beech adopter. So there was no usually when you adopt some species, there is a fee that you must pay, but we didn't do that. We just wanted to have a person that can say, I have a beech tree in the national park, in the World Heritage component part. This is my beech tree, and I will go there and hug it and talk to it and then visit it. So we had a lot of good reasons, good explanations why somebody wanted to be a beech adopter, and we chose 5 of them, which were the most original. Some of them were really silly, some of them were really sad, and some of them were from children, some of them were from their grandmothers that wanted to give their grandchildren a tree for the future. So they were really touching. And then we developed some kind of a beech tree adopter ID, and we gave them the coordinates that were secret coordinates, so only the adopter know which tree is that, and that's it.
Sounds beautiful. Did you publish all the reasons why people wanted to adopt?
I think we did, those that were chosen, actually, we did. And also it was, as I have said, it was really popular. It became really popular, and national television became interested in us. And they had, on the local news, they had a story about the World Heritage Beech Forests and about the competition, and they talked to us. We went all together into the forest, and they shot some parts of the story there, and then they talked to the adopters. So it was really, really nice.
Oh, Beautiful. There are more questions in the chat. One is saying, it is a pity that you did not manage to have a second part of the youth exchange. Have you consulted with JS to prolong the project? It is from Jürgen Neumüller. He says also, to my knowledge, latest possible project end in general would be end of June 2022.
I think that Marcus can answer this question better than me. So,
thank you, Ivana. I think Marin as well. Yes, it is a pity that it could not be implemented due to the pandemic situation. The entire activity had to be shifted back anyway. And then in the last moment, after shifting back, twice shifting it back, it was the situation that maybe Marin can quickly describe afterwards, that it had to be cancelled. And believe me, also because of other reasons, we were asking and consulting JS for a prolongation, at least for 1 month. And this was also one of our arguments to be able to implement this and also other things. But there was really no chance because of the very tight time until the end of the program, as you rightly wrote, the end of June this year. And so they were also calculating everything that has to be done after the project end. And there was no chance for us. And so, yeah, we were asked to do the best we can. And yeah, it's a pity, but it was not possible.
Thank you very much. And there was also a comment by you. Would you want to repeat that, Marcus?
Okay. No, I just wondered what kind of potential is in this very nice visible activity that Ivana was reporting about regarding this beech tree adoption. And I just wanted to play with some numbers.
Thank you very much for this inspiring thought. Caroline Senis raised their hand.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I think this experience with school exchange, first of all, I really liked the introduction that Mr. Mayor did in while he was receiving all the students, why it's important to that especially young people can travel and yeah, to better understand each other in Europe, and that can avoid a lot of problems, and just not referring to some of the hot political topics at this moment. So I think if we can do something more with this group, there are other budget lines, so like Erasmus Plus or other budget lines. So I mean, if we can find, I don't know, we don't need 20 schools, but if we can find 5 or 6 schools who are interested, yeah, that might already be a good outcome of this workshop. Let's try to find other budget lines to continue this activity, because I think that this is really really important. And then maybe for Ivana, we're working on the kind of handbook for the Life Prognosis project on all kinds of tips and tricks on how to do promotion of beech forests. I think I'm going to ask you for a small case study on the adopt a beech tree, because I think that's really original thing. Even and then yeah, if everyone could pay one euro, it would be great. But even if it's for free, I think it's really original concept that can be yeah, that can be adopted by other countries. So that's so I already have 2 good ideas out of this this workshop, and it's only 1 hour old, so that's great.
I would be happy to share our experience.
Beautiful. Is there someone else with a question? We already have 2 takeaway messages. We have a lot of lessons learned. You were saying one of the lessons learned was that very often the same stakeholders attended the workshops, and that it was so my question would be, have you looked at the reasons why this is the case or how that could be diversified? And another question, you were also saying that it's not only the Beech Power project, but also other projects that also those stakeholders were attending, so that it really was a lot. So the other question would be, would it be possible to join forces with other projects so that there's one workshop for more than one project or something like that? Just a curiosity.
Yeah, well, we were also wondering why from some group of stakeholders there is lack of response and no activity. I think it's we need to communicate better with them, and we need to focus on them. This was a great opportunity to have identified those groups and to see what we are missing, and to have an opportunity to in the future to focus more on those groups, as they were that they came out as the ones that needed to be focused on more. And I would also say that we are actually a small community, and this is a small country, and the community here is even smaller, really. The whole municipality has about 1,000 inhabitants, and the surrounding region is also not so populated. So the number of stakeholders is as it is, and if you have a lot of activities in one short period of time, and I think from my experience, everything started to happen in the last couple of years, everything with, so that was maybe a bad timing as well. So the stakeholders got really tired of us, I would say, because we had several management documents that needed to be developed. We had a project that was full with activities for stakeholders, and we also had this Beech Power project that had only 2 workshops, but they don't know that. They see it as just another workshop. So it's the thing is that we need to communicate better, and we need to hope that in the future, when we have all these documents, managing documents, and all these projects finished, that then we will have some rest from the workshops, and our stakeholders will then ask for the communication and for the workshops.
Or you invite them for a sleepover in the forest to relax.
But the key regarding the World Heritage is actually that we are still relatively young, even though it happened, the inscription happened in 2017, but the time flies so quickly, and we are considering ourselves young component parts. And we need to work towards the firstly capacity building. So we need to have more people in the institution that manages the component part. We need to have more people working on the World Heritage thematics, and we need to spread the word more. So these promotional activities are actually one way of spreading the word about the World Heritage in this area.
Thank you very much. Are there more questions or comments? Nothing? So we are a bit faster than expected. But maybe this is not the worst to still have the same amount of time for the coffee break, to really move your body a little, grab some coffee, and then we see each other back at, wait, now I have to have a look myself. 45. Does that make sense? Good. See you soon. Hello and welcome back. I hope you could enjoy your coffee break with either some fresh air or some coffee or a late lunch. Now I would like to announce our next speaker, which is Miha Varga. He holds the master degree in geography with a specific interest in geomorphology, nature, forests and waters, and climate change. Miha is working for the Slovenian Forest Service as a project manager, and besides of coordinating the Beech Power project in Slovenia, he is also managing the Interact IDAS project, which is dealing with water management and ecosystem services at the Danube River region. Miha Varga, thank you for joining us. The virtual floor would be yours now.
Hello, thank you very much. Just to share my screen. Do you see the presentation?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So hello also from my side. I'm from Slovenia Forest Service. I'm now the last one in the line to present what we did in our third and fourth pilot areas. In Slovenia, we didn't have only one pilot area, but we had two different ones. That means that in some cases we had double work. In some cases we were able to somehow join the activities, and in some occasions we had to do it separately. So I will try to be as quick as possible, since there are quite some things already heard from Marin and Ivana, and I don't want to repeat myself too much. So the first target area we were doing our activities is called Snežnik. Component part Snežnik is located in southern part of Slovenia. It is actually our largest forest reserve, which in size of 720 hectares. This is the size of component part, and the buffer zone is almost 130 hectares big. Snežnik was inscribed in 2017 on UNESCO World Heritage List due to this speciality of the beech forest, which are forming the upper tree line, which is the somehow unique in the whole UNESCO beech forest family, since usually there's the spruce who is located on the upper beech tree line. It is almost 1,800 meters high. It is somehow divided into two parts. The northern part, where the highest top is located, has a bit milder regime, and the visitors can visit this area, but they have to use the officially marked trails and not to pick forest fruit and stray off trails and so on. While the southern part is called Zdrosla and is closed for public. The trees passing still occurs, but and it's some kind of problem, but we are trying to solve this issue and try to minimize the impact of the visitors. What is very specific about Snežnik is also that the trees are curved. The tree trunks are curved in this curvy shape. This is due to the high winds and a lot of snow. It's nothing very snow can be here over practically over half of the year, and on the upper areas the beech is growing in these bushy cold forms, and this is the very specific about Snežnik. And in winter it looks like this, and even in springtime.
May I interrupt you for a second? We still see the same slide.
Which one? The first one?
The first one, is that intended?
No, not. I'm already way over it. I'll stop sharing and I'm sorry for this. inconvenience and technical issue.
Maybe if you set the presentation mode.
Yeah, I had the presentation mode. Do you see the second slide now?
No, it's still the first one.
The first one.
Now, oh, we had a delay, but apparently it was there. Target area.
Okay. And now do you see the third slide? Maybe?
No.
No.
Still the second one.
Still the second. No? Still
the second. No.
Now the third, maybe?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So again, here is the location of Snežnik on map of Slovenia, and this is the map of Snežnik. And I'll just go through the pictures. This is this curvy trees I was talking about, and these are these bushiforms beaches which are growing on the upper areas. And this is how it looks like in winter times and in spring or summer, when you spring or autumn, when you can see this these snowy areas, and this top is Snežnik. And now we go to the second target area, which is called Krokar, Virgin Forest Krokar. It is located also in southern part of Slovenia. Actually, both areas are located on the same area in the high karst, Danaric areas, and which are mostly populated by woods and bears and other large animals. Krokar is, on the other hand, way smaller than Snežnik. It's around 75 hectares big. This is the size of the component part, and buffer zone is around 48 hectares big. Speciality about Krokar is that it was a refugee for beech during the last ice age. The larger area of Krokar called Borovska Mountain was this ice age refugee, and it was one of the most important ones. And the beech spread it here from here practically through the whole Europe. And Krokar is a component part itself is closed for public. It can be only accessed with specific permission, and the visitors can only visit the buffer zone, and they have to stay on the trails, tracks, and not to pick any forest fruit and berries.
I'm very sorry that I have to interrupt you again. We still cannot see it. Maybe it's the screen that you were sharing the...
Yeah, I have only one screen. That's okay. What about if I do it like this? Do you see it now?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
I will then just do it like this to go. Okay, showing the pictures of Krokar, and here's the map. Okay, I'm really sorry for this technical issue. Anyway, let's go to the activities we did in Beech Power project. As Marin already presented this scheme, I will just pinpoint the activities I will try to present. So first we did this so-called site-specific situation analysis, where since we have 2 pilot areas, we also had to do 2 workshops, one for each pilot area. So one for Krokar and one for Snežnik. We use the same method as in case of Germany and Croatia, that it was applicable to all areas. It was the open standards for practice of conservation. In total, on both workshop, almost 50 participants were present, and we had a really large group from different areas, from public administration, from ministries, from state forest service, from NGOs, private forest owners, tourism sectors, and other citizens. We were dealing with the following three objectives, which are the assessment of direct influences on protected area, assessment of the benefits which society or specific stakeholders can derive from the protected area, and the assessment of contributions of the protected area to the quality of life and regional development. And the result was the situation analysis. We prepared two different documents, one for each workshop. So one situation analysis for Snežnik and one situation analysis for Krokar, where we did the study on needs, potentials, and requirements for good management in regard to sustainable development. And then comes the second set of workshop, which was designed for the strategy development. Again, we had to hold two workshops. So we had two one-day workshops, one for Krokar and one for Snežnik. The participation was here a bit smaller in numbers of participants in comparison with first workshop, but we still had very different stakeholder groups, so we covered all different aspects. Here we did the joint strategy development for the protection of the protected area and the sustainable use of services. We collected the ideas for different activities, and we try to somehow straighten this cooperation between the stakeholders and prepare a plan for more concrete activities. The result was the regional strategy cooperation between protected areas and local community with the use of participatory processes. We decided to do one joint strategy for Krokar and Snežnik, although areas are different from each other. There are some different things we need to take into the account. We decided to somehow join this into one big strategy when some specific parts are designed only for Krokar and some only for Snežnik. And on this way, we somehow did plan and use our time more wisely. And from these regional strategies, we did the governance strategies. Oh, sorry, this is the mistake. In these regional strategies, we were emphasizing the protection of forest reserves, the informing of local communities on the importance of World Heritage. We were dealing with promotion of sustainable regional development through World Heritage. One strategy was about stakeholder involvement and improved visitor experience in the World Heritage landscape. The fifth strategy was about stakeholders involvement and improved visitor guidance. And the sixth one was about communication and knowledge transfer. And after that, we use all this combined knowledge to jointly develop with partners from Germany and Croatia the governance strategies. These ones were already presented by Marin, so I won't go into the details anymore. And the second part of our activities were the pilot implementations. In case of Germany and Croatia, there were three different pilot implementation. In Slovenia, we didn't have this Beech Forest Academy, and we concentrated only on marketing and communication concepts and local working groups. So the idea about these marketing and communication concepts was to provide meaningful experience outside the forest reserve and to develop some communication and branding strategies. We did two separate marketing concepts, one for Krokar and one for Snežnik, and in the joint documents when we presented this pilot implementation of regional strategies. We did the joint document for Kokra and Snežnik. One of the strategies, one of the activities we did was the design and implementation of new forest trail in Croatia area. It was funded with help of one another company, Slovenia State Forests, and through Beech Power project we funded the informational boards you see in the background. And the trail was designed to go through economical forest and buffer zones, and visitors can only take a look on the component part itself without actually entering and interfering with its processes. This trail was also presented to IUCN, and we received compliments from IUCN as how the trail in component parts and close vicinity of World Heritage areas should be designed. We also had really nice official opening with some really important actors in forestry, which were present here. And we don't have any visitor counters here, but the trail is quite widely used in terms of how many visitors are in these areas. And the idea behind this trail was to somehow direct the visitors on the specific locations we want them to see, and and somehow prevent them from going further into protected areas and visiting and going into the locations they should not, and exploring on their own, of course. In terms of this, we also did some minor activity, which was the supplement of the existing forest trail, Borovska Nature Trail, with some additional infrastructure, and do some maintenance work on this trail. We equipped this trail with some plaques, like warning plaques, which we put on the specific locations which where visitors are mainly passing into and going into the protected area, which is closed to the public. We don't have any correct feedback from how this is in fact helping, because we still have some data that people are still trespassing, but we hope that with some time and some additional activities, people will slowly start to change the ways of entering the area and stay on the marked trails and avoid some other illegal ones. The next activity we did was the informational booklet about Beech Forest of Europe. We found out during this Beech Power project that stakeholders, mostly visitors of this area, are not always aware of the rules of behavior, how they should behave here, and why these areas are so important and why they should not interfere with them. That's why we created this booklet, and it was just handed out to the different stakeholders in both areas in January, and it was we did quite a big impact with this booklet, and it is something which we believe it will be widely used in the spring and the upcoming season, when more entries into the areas will happen. And we hope that with this educational activity, we will somehow promote to use these areas on the right way and avoid doing some additional damage, and if possible to steer the people on the areas outside of the component part and the buffer zone, and to visit the trails which are located also near UNESCO beech forests, but outside of these protected areas. We also did quite some other activities like different lectures, different excursions, different articles. We also had radio, we appeared on the radio show on the national radio and television, and some other activities. And I would also like to point out the cooperation between different projects which are managed by Slovenia Forest Service. This is the example of cooperation with some other Interreg project called Carnivora dinarica, which are mostly dealing with large carnivores like brown bear, lynx, and wolf. And here's the example of trail they set up, but they didn't concentrate only on these animals, but they also emphasize this importance of ecological connectivity of and beech trees, and the trail can be easily accessible. It's located outside of the buffer zone area, and it's like located on the area which we like to have some kind of forest center where people would gather and explore the forest here, and not go further into the protected areas, and somehow stay outside of these areas if they have something to see there and to explore. And then there is a second activity, these local working groups. We decided to try to create two different working groups, one for Snežnik and one for Krokar. We decided to focus on tourism and recreation, since we found out during the project that this is the most one of the points where there are most conflict with different actors, especially from nature conservation, between nature conservation and tourism stakeholders. This activity I would for now mark it as unsuccessful, because these local working groups are not still there live. This is on one way pretty understandable, and I think that in future this can be quite quickly change. In Slovenia, as most of you already know, we have quite big forest coverage. It's over 60%. All the forests are managed in this close to nature way, and we practically don't have any artificial forests. We have naturalness of the forest is very high. So for the people, local people and visitors, it's not really something very unique to see UNESCO beech forest, because they're practically looking at anytime they go a bit further into the nature and into the woods. Maybe they're not discovering beech UNESCO beech forest, but the lookalike is very similar for those who are not the real experts in forests. So this is one of the reasons for when this UNESCO World Heritage list was widened with Snežnik and Krokar. People don't see it something very unique and important, because this forest was always there, and they were always using it for different tourism and recreation connected activities. And the regimes were not so strict, or better said, the institutions did not be so strict about punishing the different trespassing and other problems, and that's why they don't see this imminent threat of need to protect this area and to do something further right now. Of course, we were discussing with them, they are very much agree with us that some parts should be left for a strict protection regime and should be not visited by anyone, while some other parts should be also used for tourism and recreation. And the highest priority for all of them is basically to preserve these areas for future generations. The second aspect is that Slovenia is currently in process of presenting official management manager and management for these UNESCO World Heritage areas, these beech forest areas, and until this management process is not finalized, no one is actually want to invest some work into this case working groups, since they don't know what will be the outputs and what will happen after this management is organized as it should be. So everybody is now just looking from side and waiting to see these processes to happen and evolve. And after that, I think that also these working groups will somehow find their place into both areas. And lessons learned and conclusions. The marketing activities we did are, I would say, widely used. This can be maybe a bit arguable, but in terms of how many people are visiting this area and these areas, I think that we got some pretty good feedback from the users, and they are having a positive impact on the awareness raising and education of the visitors about these areas and this importance to protect this forest. As I said, local working groups still need some time. In general, I think that activities in work package 1 did some first and important steps in public participation, and it presented some good basic for the future work. One of these most important works is, of course, this management situation we are trying to resolve now. And stakeholders in general, they want to be involved. This is their area, they live here, and they're just waiting for some I would say national problems or activities to be completed. In general, we see there is positive progress regarding this awareness raising. We are still not right there where we want to be. We are very strict about what we want and try to put it on the highest possible level in terms of protections and experience from what people could do in the forests. But during the Beech Power project, we were talking with stakeholders and doing some activities for the last 3 years. And these were the first specifically region-oriented activities regarding beech forests and awareness raising, and there is some positive progress, but we still think that we would like to push it a bit further, and for us it's still a long way to go. And we see these positive changes in behavior of different stakeholders, and of course every stakeholder has its own agenda behind specific area, what they want to do, and but everybody is somehow trying to find this common ground. And so what we find very important is that the main goal for stakeholders is the preservation of this area. And but they would, of course, also like to add some of their activities somewhere in this area. So this would be from my side for now. I'll just stop sharing, although you probably didn't get much out of this. I'm really sorry for these technical issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this comprehensive and broad sharing. There's already 2 questions. One is, I hope I'm spelling it correctly, from Fedir Hamor. So please go ahead.
Sorry, Fedir, we don't hear you.
No, we cannot hear you. Still not.
Is this better?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, we are from Ukraine, Carpathian Biosphere Reserve.
Дякуємо. Федір Гамор і Ірина Юнаш.
Федір Гамор і Ірина Юнаш.
Хочемо сказати, що Карпатський біосферний заповідник рівно 15 років тому був ініціатором включення букових пралісів Карпат з української і словаччинської сторони.
We have to say that 15 years ago, Ukraine was initiating the process of inscription of World Heritage Site. At first, it was only 2 participants, Ukrainian and Slovakian part.
І, звичайно, ми не будемо багато питань задавати. Ми хотіли просто подякувати організаторам цієї прекрасної конференції.
At first, we are not going to take too much time and ask a lot of questions. We just wanted to thank you to organizers of this beautiful event.
За організацію цієї конференції.
For organizing this conference.
Яка розглядає надзвичайно актуальну тему і для Карпатського біосферного заповідника.
Which presents a very actual and very acute topic for Carpathian Biosphere Reserve 2.
Який володіє найбільшими об'єктами світової спадщини букових пралісів.
Because we are holding the biggest areas of component parts in this World Heritage Site.
Україна за площею займає майже 30% від усіх 18 країн.
Ukraine covers almost 30% of all heritage site countries.
А букові праліси Угольсько-Широколужинського масиву мають більше 11 тисяч гектарів суцільної площі.
And Уголька-Широкий Луг component part covers more than 11,000 continuous Primeval Beech Forest area.
Але наші ділянки букових пралісів розташовані у густонаселеному регіоні.
And our component parts are split and situated in very densely settled areas.
І тут виникає багато дискусійних і гострих проблем, взаємодії громад, питання охорони і сталого розвитку прилеглих
And here
громад.
we have a lot of issues with cooperation with communities, nature protection and activities in these areas.
Для цього за нашої ініціативи уряд і президент України прийняли 5 разів спеціальне розпорядження, спеціальний план заходів щодо збереження букових пралісів Карпат і розвитку територіальних громад, які знаходяться в зоні його розташування.
And enacting in this area, we initiated the process that our government and president passed 5 different decrees and orders to organize proper protection and development of World Heritage Site areas and communities surrounding it.
У нас є свої методи роботи.
And we also have our own methods of work and
Вони
solving
трошки
these
відмінні
issues.
від тих, які ви
And they
застосовуєте,
are very different from the methods you presented today.
тому що наші проблеми становлять трошки такого глобального характеру для України.
Particularly because our problems are also connected with the global problems for Ukraine in general.
Тут потрібно більш важливі на рівні уряду, місцевої влади вживати заходів, щоб поліпшити життя громад, які розташовані в зоні діяльності.
And firstly, we are trying to tackle this issue on the governmental level to somehow make it easier for people to live in the areas near the World Heritage Site.
Тут є проблема конфліктів інтересів.
Also, we face the problem of conflict of interests.
На відміну від словенської сторони, тут люди потребують елементарних прав по заготівлі дров, наприклад.
Unlike Slovenia, here we face problem with firewood need for local
Випасу
population,
худоби.
grazing of animals.
Дуже серйозною проблемою є також туризм і рекреація.
Also, serious problem covers tourism and recreational activities.
І тому тут є більші складні проблеми, які ми стараємося вирішувати.
That's why here we have more complicated issues that we are trying to solve.
Але цей досвід, який ми побачили,
But this experience and these examples that was presented today
є дуже цікавим.
is very interesting way to tackle other issues.
І ми зараз обов'язково будемо його використовувати в нашій діяльності.
And we will definitely try to use it in our activity.
У нас багато громад, багато шкіл, багато студентів,
We have a lot of communities, schools and students
багато різних стейкхолдерів.
and many different stakeholders.
І цей невеличкий досвід, він дуже цікавий. Особливо ми зараз активізуємо цю
And
роботу.
these small examples were very interesting how we can approach them.
У зв'язку з 15-річчям будемо святкувати занесення буквових пралісів до світової
And
спадщини.
especially taking into account that this year we are celebrating 15th anniversary of the inscription of World Heritage Site.
Тому ми дуже вдячні за те, що мали можливість взяти участь у цьому.
And we are very grateful for the opportunity to participate in this event and for inspiring us on some activities that we can use to celebrate the anniversary.
І дуже би ми хотіли, щоб ми організували співпрацю таку із нашими іншими партнерами, зокрема з України, які не мають великих можливостей фінансових для того, щоб десь організовувати подібні заходи.
And we would be very happy for the opportunity to participate in live events within our World Heritage family, and especially for those countries like Ukraine who have not many financial opportunities to implement stuff. So this World Heritage family can help us to support some activities and
Ми дуже
inspire
тісно
more.
співпрацювали багато років з німецькими партнерами.
We had very close cooperation with German partners.
Ми організовували багато заходів для того, щоб розширити цей об'єкт і щоб він став
organized
таким, як він зараз є.
A lot of activities to extend the World Heritage family, and it grew up into trans-European size as we see it now.
Ми будемо проводити також якісь міжнародні конференції, будемо раді вас бачити у
And
нас.
we will also try to organize more international events like conferences, and we'll be happy to see all of you on our site.
Можливо, в цьому
That's
році.
a very nice promise. Thank you very much.
This year.
Thank you very much. It's nice that you are inspired by what has been said, and I hope others are too, or the questions grow. So there was one more question with regards to, or addressed to Miha, right?
Yeah, about the brochure. Thank you, Hannah, for already sharing the link to a webpage of Slovenia Forest Service when you can see this brochure and also download it. I also already uploaded it to the knowledge exchange platform, so it's already there, and you can take a look at it and use it if somehow it helps you. As before, our Ukrainian colleagues said very nicely, it's a lot about the cooperation between different areas, different sites, different project partners. In case of Beech Power project, it's about sharing the experience and knowledge, and also this cooperation with coordination office about Caroline already talked about before. It's very important that I think that although some areas or countries have really big issues, we are still in very good shape in general, and we just need to talk about beech forests to raise awareness, and with some years and time passes by, also here everything will change. Not only in Slovenia, but on European level. I think everything is going this direction to protect the biodiversity. Just to take a look on new European strategies, it's going into this direction. So I think we are just a few years ahead of this. We are already aware of these problems. We are trying to tackle them and solve them, but we know that this is small part what we can do within the project, but it can have big impacts and start this big wheel to turn faster and faster, and to provoke some positive changes on national and also European scale level. So I think we just need to keep doing like this and
join forces. Markus Walter, there was a question or a comment as well, right?
No, actually, I was applauding before. This was not my hand risen, but yeah, I completely agree with Miha that the World Heritage is kind of a flagship in biodiversity and outdoor forest conservation. These issues have to become, as we see everywhere, much more important. And I think the World Heritage plays a very important role as key actor and multiplicator for related ideas.
Thank you very much. If there's no more questions to Miha, or is there more questions?
I would like to add a comment, actually not a question, but what was a bit eye-opening to me was when you said that there is actually a big interest of stakeholders to getting involved. However, as long as there is not a management authority responsible, they hesitate from getting involved, because what they want is to see that their participation will then lead to an output. And I think this is very true. And this is what I tried also to say when I was sharing our conclusions, that I said that we had a great experience, a positive experience with the participation process, but at the same time, there are limitations to this participation, and that these limitations need to be communicated clearly when you conduct such a participation process, because otherwise you will generate frustration or disappointment by the stakeholders that are motivated to participate in such a process. And I think this is also something that Ivana mentioned when she said that stakeholders are some kind of saturated by these workshops, raising ideas about activities that could be done. I think, this is something I see in common in our 4 target areas, that everybody wants to see things happen. And I think we could already implement some of these activities or ideas for activities that were raised in these workshops. And that we could, have a good start of this. And now the challenge is to continue this work and to get more institutions and our regions on board, and to organize the necessary resources we need for this. And I think this is also not important for us and for the World Heritage site, but also important for those people that have a stake and that participate in our project and other workshops, whatever. Yeah, this is what I see in common, and I just wanted to share with you.
Thank you very much. We heard that about the important role that World Heritage communities could play. Mr. Fedier was even calling it a family. So what I would like to ask you is to show up as a community now and switch on your screen unless you want to keep your privacy, and for a joint picture of all of us. Beautiful. It's good to see you all. So Hannah, you let us know when you are ready.
Yeah, let's wait a couple more seconds for a couple more faces, and then I will make the screenshots.
And I think those that also agree that you would like to publish these images, Hannah, is that right? Use this for publication purposes?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so only if you agree to this.
Beautiful. More people showing up.
Okay, thank you very much. It's done.
It's done already. Oh, great. Thanks so much.
Goes fast when it's online.
Yeah, true. Normally you have to arrange. Maybe we can try to rearrange now as well. No, I'm joking. We have the possibility to deepen our discussion a little more. But since we also saw you now, we would also be curious to learn a little more about you. So maybe we make a very, very quick introduction round. So you, in one word, your name, your position, and in one word, what is your interest or motivation in joining us today? Of course, everyone sees it differently, so maybe I start just appointing the first person right to me, which is Marin, and you have been talking, so I would ask Anne Höing if she would like to please tell us quickly. Yeah. I'm not sure whether it's the settings. Ah, no.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Anne Höing. I have problems with internet, and I don't have the camera on. Yes, I work by the Special Planning Department Berlin-Brandenburg. We are for the Interreg B program for Berlin and Brandenburg, and so we have contact to the project, to Mr. Walter and so on.
Thank you very much. The next one right to me would be Hannah Orlos. Would you want to say something?
Sorry, did you say me? Or... Ah, okay. Thank you. Yes, my name is Hannah Orlos. I'm from the European Wilderness Society, communication leader in the Beech Power project, and we are very much looking forward to this conference together with the other final outputs of the project. That's shortly.
Maybe you just the person you just appoint the person next to you, or will we mix it up then entirely?
Okay. Yeah, Gabriela Nagy from CWEB.
Hello, thank you, Hannah. So I'm Gabriela Nagy from CWEB for Biodiversity, a little umbrella association for the Central Eastern European countries. And I'm very much interested in how forests can be protected, how they can be managed to support all the assets to be protected over years, over probably hundreds of years, and what can we do to protect them from climate change and from the society, and make them all remain as fantastic as they are. And congratulations to the whole team for providing this fantastic, really inspiring project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I will just ask the person with the name Idomerg to present themselves. Okay, no reactions, or maybe later. How about Dragan Roganovic?
Yes, hello.
Great.
I am Dragan Roganovic, and I work in environmental agency protection in Montenegro. I'm interested for this topic, and I also have worked for study protection for the Biogradska Gora. Biogradska Gora is the place which where are our beech forest for nominated for World Heritage.
Thank you very much. Julia Fleck would be next. To Dragan.
Actually, I was just writing something in the chat, and I have my jacket on already. I have to leave now, pick up my kids.
I didn't see.
Yeah, but I can say just that I'm also part of the Beech Power team in Eberswalde, and yeah, I very much like the conference today. I will watch the remaining part tonight on Facebook, as I heard that it's possible, and tomorrow I will join again. And yeah, I'm interested.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Okay, so bye.
Bye. And see you tomorrow. So Gregor Kozeli.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I'm Gregor, forester from Slovenia National Forest Service. This topic is very interesting for me and my work. I work in, how could I say, in the almost in the middle of this area, in this protected area. So any topics about the forest, the beaches, it's very interesting for me, and I support the colleagues who are participating in this great project.
Thank you very much. Oh, I hope I'm spelling it right. Nechmie Kamberi. No response, maybe later. Then Jürgen Neumüller is next to me. Would you like to introduce yourself briefly? Let's change the system. Who's next? Just show up.
I will go next.
Perfect.
My name is Petra Drašković-Pilc. I'm coming from Kočevsko area, Slovenia. Through my windows, I'm just looking over to the Krokar peak. And I'm self-employed tourist guide and photographer in our area. And I'm very much interested in this topic as well, and how to present the forest, its magic, and also its beauty in a way that they might, the future guests and everyone else who comes here might also have an impact on that to preserve it in the best possible way. And I really look forward to see the exchange of different guidelines that you have through different countries and regions. And yeah, it's really beautiful topic, and I enjoyed the conference. So thank you.
Thank you. So Nehumie Gambari, or you tell us how your name is spelled, please.
Yeah, are you hearing me?
Yes.
Thank you very much for organizing such a good conference. It was really nice to see all of you. Some of them I already know. My name is Nejmiye Kamberi, and I work in Institute for Nature Protection, responsible for biodiversity. And my interest for the conference was because we in Kosovo have a good beech forest area. A forest which fill the criteria to be part of World Heritage. So we hope that use your experience, I mean European experience from the experts. We will be able in the near future to nominate this part as a part of UNESCO, where we become part of the UNESCO as a country, I think. So we are happy to learn and to hear your experience. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you for invitation, presentation, and everything. Thank you, and see you tomorrow.
Exactly.
I must leave now. Thank you for everything. Bye bye.
See you tomorrow at the workshop. Thank you very much for joining.
Elodie.
Thank you too. Thank you. Elodie
Magnanou. Yes. Hello, everybody. I'm Elodie Magnanou. I am a researcher at the CNRS, and I am part of as well contributing to the management of a national nature reserve in France that was recently nominated with the last wave of nomination at the World Heritage. And so we are very interested, of course, in your experience into this networking regarding World Heritage sites. So we were 3 sites nominated in France, and we are particularly looking forward to exchanges regarding protocols, for example, of old growth forest monitoring and the understanding of its dynamics, as well as your experience in protecting those old forests. So thanks for allowing us to join.
Thank you very much. Someone else volunteering next? Here we go. Hello.
Hello, my name is Katia Konishnik, and I'm head of the regional unit of Slovenia Forest Service here in Croatia. We cover the parts of forest where Primeval forest croaker lies. So we are very much interested in general management of these protected areas, and also in collaboration with local community and all other stakeholders involved in charge to preserve the area. So we are very much looking forward to the developments on these topics and this how things will go on, and hopefully you can help us as well as we can help you and exchange all the knowledge and information. So this is the most. So have a good conference on, and nice to see you.
Thank you. Someone volunteering next? The other ones seem to be okay with not presenting themselves, or am I too quick? There is a comment by Marcus.
Thank you. I just wanted to offer to be the next one. My name is Marcus, and I'm quite happy to be part of this very valuable and especially an outstanding European Beech Forest family, and I very much like this cross-border cooperation and exchange. I think it's a great added value for Europe.
Thank you. Marek Garchar was showing with this video for a second. Was that because you wanted to present yourself? No response. Anybody else? Okay, then we leave it like that maybe, and you will anyways, if you are participating tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, you will be working mostly in working groups. So for sure, there's the possibility to get to know people much better, because there's no presentations, it's just you and your groups, and you will have the possibility to introduce each other. Now I would like to ask for a tiny little moment whether there is still some questions to the other presenter of today's session. Maybe after having heard the other presentations, you have questions to the first or second presenter. If not, I think it's time for a coffee break. And we see each other again in 15 minutes at 4. Thank you very much. So, welcome back to the second part of today's conference, where we will have a look beyond the scope of the Beech Power project by drawing on the broad experience of two fantastic keynote speakers, Professor Dr. Katja Arzt and Rüdiger Bill. Thank you very much for joining us. I see Katja Arzt already. Maybe Mr. Bill, you could also already switch your camera on. That would be great. Here we go. Thank you for joining us. As those sessions will run in parallel, you will have to choose one of the two sessions. Therefore, our technical team has created two separate rooms, which you can choose yourself. Afterwards, at 5, sorry, yeah?
Yeah, sorry, just a quick question from the technical team. So basically, I think we agreed for simplicity reasons that one of the keynote speech will stay here, right, in the main room. Yes. And we will create one breakout room for the other keynote speech.
Thank you.
Just
Thank
wanted
you very
to confirm, not to,
yes. Thank you for clarification. I was not as precise in what I said. That's true. Thanks a lot. So yes, exactly. There will be one session, one extra room, and the rest of the group stays there. Then at 5 o'clock we will be joining back here for a joint closing of the day, where you will have the opportunity to get a brief insights into the other keynote sessions, which you were not able to attend, and to discuss your insights and questions further. Therefore, I would like you to think about whether you would volunteer in summarizing and presenting the respective contents. But now I don't want to keep you in suspense any longer about our presenters and briefly introduce you to them. So we have with us Professor Dr. Katja Arzt from the Hochschule für nachhaltige Entwicklung Eberswalde, which is the University for Sustainable Development in Eberswalde, Germany. Katja Arzt has a background in international agricultural sciences and work experiences in Bolivia and Cambodia in the field of development cooperation, and as well 10 years of working with national natural landscapes in Germany. Recently, she established a study program, Biosphere Reserve Management, at HNE in Eberswalde. And since September, she is Professor for Sustainable Regional Development and Social Processes at HNE. What is common to all her work is the focus on understanding. And this is also, I think, what will be today's keynote speech about. It's about understanding participatory process in sustainable resource use with the help of different perspectives and by exploring the answers to some fundamental questions. Her pretty interactive presentation, I would say, on how to tackle environmental problems with the help of participatory processes looks at mechanisms regularly occurring in participatory processes. And the questions, how likely is it that people with different values, interests, knowledges can decide together on sustainable solutions of or for their local environmental problems, as well as reasons why participatory processes are carried out, will be explored. Furthermore, answers to the question what interactions exist between the design of a participatory process and its results are being explored. So this is the very broad and beautiful insight into participatory processes and the functioning of those processes. Katja Arzt will also engage you, I think, pretty much in the process So yes, consider joining her. If you are interested in an example on how World Heritage Beech Forest communities are being developed and put into practice, you may join the keynote of Rüdiger Biel. Rüdiger Biel himself is the deputy director of Hainichen National Park in Germany, who is responsible for public relations and environmental education. Since the national park was funded in 1998 already, Rüdiger Biel has worked there and hence really knows the region and its actors well, I would guess, and from various perspectives. He is also the board member of Wartburg World Heritage Region Tourism Association. He has established a system of volunteers in the Hainichen National Park and has supported and co-developed Hainichen National Park Center and the design of adventure trails and much more. Accompanied by countless visual impressions in his keynote speech, Rüdiger Biel will take you on a discovery journey to the Hainichen National Park and the World Heritage Region Wartburg Hainichen. Thereby, the experience in the development process of the European Beech Forest World Heritage Site will be reflected and best practices of the sustainable regional development in the Wartburg Hainichen World Heritage Region highlighted. Please note what you might have seen in the program already. The presentation will be in German language. So either you find someone who translates for you, or you have the opportunity to join Rüdiger Biel later in the joint Q&A session that we will have all together. Mr. Biel, Professor Arts, thank you very much for being with us today. And dear participants, I think now it's time to decide and join one of the two sessions. And we then will see each other back here at 5 o'clock. But maybe the technical team can also tell us now a little more how it works if people decide to join the breakout room. How do we see this? How do we access it?
Ultimately, it's the NGO.
Yes, so basically a pop-up window of the breakout room should have appeared, which you can choose to join to go to the English presentation. And if you decide to stay with the German presentation, then you have nothing really to do. If you don't manage to see this pop-up room, you can also tell me or write in the chat that you would like to join the English presentation, and I can quickly move you as well if there is any technical difficulty on the other side.
Thank you very much.
But I see that they're already in the breakout room. There are 15 people, including the presenter herself. So I think it's going pretty well. And if anybody, yeah, then if anybody is still not finding the way to the English one, then please just write a quick message to the chat.
Herr Biel, Sie entscheiden einfach, wann Sie beginnen wollen, oder?
Ja, hat die Einteilung jetzt schon stattgefunden? Das kann ich nicht ganz nachvollziehen.
Zum Teil, vielleicht warten wir noch ganz kurz. Es gab noch 2 Menschen, die...
Yeah, they were also already moved. So basically, everybody who remained here should be here on their own will. And I think we can start the presentation.
Wonderful.
Sie geben mir den Startschuss.
Genau, also es gab jetzt gerade die Rückmeldung, dass vermutlich alle, die hier sind, hier sein möchten.
Das ist ja schön.
Und von daher können Sie loslegen.
Genau, na dann. Ja, herzlich willkommen bei einer Reise in die Welterberegion Wartburg-Hainich. Ich bin ja schon umfangreich angekündigt worden. Vielen Dank, Frau Salzer, dafür. Ich möchte Ihnen heute ganz kurz den Nationalpark Hainich vorstellen. Dann nochmal das Thema Weltnaturerbe europäische Buchenwälder, sage ich mal etwas abgekürzt. Wir haben ja schon einige Beispiele heute davon gesehen, aber nochmal einen kurzen Rückblick. Und dann natürlich die Welterbe-Region Wartburg-Hainich als touristische Destination mit Beispielen für die gute Zusammenarbeit beziehungsweise für die regionale und nachhaltige Entwicklung einer touristischen Destination. Eine Karte kommt jetzt gleich.
Darf ich Sie vielleicht noch einmal ganz kurz unterbrechen und in die Runde fragen, ob sich jemand bereit erklären würde, nachher kurz in der großen Runde vorzustellen, was wir hier mit Ihnen erlebt haben? Keine Rückmeldung.
Also es geht sicherlich vor allen Dingen um das zweite oder das letzte Drittel des Vortrags, um die guten Beispiele der Zusammenarbeit, die wir dann auch auflisten können.
Mhm. Genau, vielleicht reicht es, bevor jetzt da irgendwie alles mitgeschrieben wird, genau, reicht es ja vielleicht auch einfach so auch aus Ihrer Perspektive, so die größten Takeaways, das, was Sie mitnehmen, kurz den anderen vorzustellen.
Ja, jetzt sehen wir eine Karte. Das ist natürlich die Karte der Teilgebiete der großen Welterbestätte, aber hier geht es vor allen Dingen um den roten Kreis. Von da aus spreche ich jetzt. Also das Slogan des Nationalparks Hainich ist Urwald mitten in Deutschland. Wir befinden uns hier in Thüringen, eins der 5 Gebiete. Ja?
Ich muss leider nochmal unterbrechen. Leider ist die Karte nicht zu sehen.
Ah, Entschuldigung. Irgendwas funktioniert noch nicht.
Jetzt.
Jetzt besser?
Ja, wunderbar. Dankeschön.
Jetzt konnte man die Einstiegsfolie nicht sehen, aber wir machen jetzt einfach weiter mit der Karte. Also mitten in Deutschland liegt der Nationalpark Hainich als eins der 5 Teilgebiete in Deutschland der Buchenwald-Welterbestätte und natürlich auch die Welterberegion Wartburg-Hainich, nur dass Sie das verorten können. Es dauert etwas, bis die nächsten Folien so auftauchen. Ja, zum Nationalpark. In den deutschen Nationalparken gibt es das Motto Natur, Natur sein lassen. Da geht es natürlich darum, dass die natürlichen Prozesse absoluten Vorrang haben. Der Mensch nimmt sich zurück. Es findet keine Nutzung mehr statt, sondern die Wildnis zieht ein. Vor allen Dingen hier in diese Waldbereiche, in diese Waldökosysteme, also Bewahrung einer einzigartigen Naturlandschaft, Forschung und das Thema Umweltbildung, Erholung, und dabei knüpft auch oder bindet auch das Thema Tourismus, nachhaltige Regionalentwicklung natürlich mit an. Darauf will ich nachher noch etwas näher eingehen. Der Nationalpark Hainich selbst ist ein Kalkbuchenwald-Ökosystem in mittleren Lagen, wo man es mal genauer beschreibt. Und diese Kalkstandorte sind natürlich geprägt durch ein Nährstoffreichtum, was man
Was ist los?
Wir können Sie nicht mehr hören, Herr Biel. Ah, ausgefallen.
Und ausgefallen. Aha, zurück.
Sie sind wunderbar.
gab es den ersten Absturz. Ich hoffe, ich bin wieder zu hören.
Ja,
Ja?
sind Sie.
Sieht man auch die Präsentation?
Leider nein.
Die Präsentation nicht? Dann gebe ich nochmal frei. Tut mir leid. Sie sagen, wenn man was sieht, Frau Salzer?
Ja, jetzt, genau, jetzt haben wir den Start. Ein wunderschönes Bild.
Ja, also große Teppiche von Frühblühern beginnen jetzt gerade im Hainich zu erscheinen. Das ist also ganz fantastisch. Kalkbuchenwälder, jeder, der sich damit beschäftigt, kennt das. Auf jeden Fall ist es aber einfach sehr schön. Es geht dann weiter. Eine große Artenvielfalt in diesem Nationalpark. Den Bärlauch, den haben wir heute auch schon auf Bildern gesehen aus anderen Gebieten. Aber ich will nur ein Bild noch zeigen. Das kann also auch ganz intensiv sein, so eine Bärlauchblüte. Der andere Punkt als ästhetischer Höhepunkt ist natürlich der Herbst in so einem strukturierten, artenreichen Wald. Die vielen verschiedenen Baumarten, die man hier von oben aus betrachten kann. Über 30 von Natur aus vorkommende Baumarten in diesem Nationalpark bilden natürlich ein unglaublich schönes Ensemble. Wir haben ein Symboltier, das will ich mal stellvertretend zeigen für viele Tiere, Vögel, Insekten und so weiter. Das ist die Wildkatze, die hier im Hainich heimisch ist. Ja, und dass diese alt- und totholzreichen und sehr strukturreichen Wälder nicht nur uns hier in der Region gefallen, sondern etwas ganz Besonderes sind, das ist 2011 dann zum Ausdruck gekommen, als der Hainich ein Teilgebiet der UNESCO-Welterbestätte alte Buchenwälder und Buchenurwälder der Karpaten und anderer Regionen Deutschlands, Europas wurde. Ja, nicht ganz selbstverständlich. Das war schon ein großer Prozess. Wer das verfolgt hat, am 25. Juni 2011 sind die deutschen Teilerbestätten dann in Paris auf der Vollversammlung mit aufgenommen worden. Wir haben uns natürlich sehr gefreut, dass dieser mehrjährige Prozess der Beantragung dann auch erfolgreich war. Ausgangspunkt, und das ist der Blick zurück, war ja das Weltnaturerbe Buchenurwälder der Karpaten, welches schon 2007 10 Gebiete ausgewiesen hat. Da sind die Karpatengebiete natürlich zu sehen hier. Und diese 5 Gebiete schon angesprochen, auch heute schon im Vortrag in Deutschland, sind dann 2011 mit der Erweiterung dazugekommen. Jedes einzelne Gebiet repräsentiert eine ganz eigene Landschaft, Tieflandbuchenwälder, Mittelgebirgsbuchenwälder oder Buchenwälder auf Kreidestandorten an der Küste, an der Ostseeküste, also ganz unterschiedliche Situationen. Alle eint aber natürlich der Buchenwald. 2017 gab es dann eine weitere Erweiterung der Städte, sodass es dann die größte serielle UNESCO-Welterbestätte der Erde wurde. Da sind ja auch die Städten in heute schon benannten, beziehungsweise in den Vorträgen erwähnten Städten in Slowenien und Kroatien auch mit dazugekommen. Tatsächlich 2021 nochmal eine Erweiterung, sodass wir den jetzigen Stand haben mit 94 Teilgebieten in 18 Ländern, also eine gewaltige Welterbestätte.
Sie haben vor sich gerade eine Karte.
Ja?
Wir haben leider ein Foto aus Paris.
Es geht anscheinend langsam, oder?
Mhm.
Immer noch das Foto aus Paris?
Jetzt haben wir Naturerbe Buchenwälder.
Das Logo?
Und dies ist das Logo, genau.
Okay, dann machen wir an dieser Stelle weiter. Das Logo bedeutet die Zusammenarbeit der Teilgebiete, insbesondere hier auch als erstes der deutschen Teilgebiete. Da gibt es eine richtige Arbeitsgemeinschaft, Öffentlichkeitsarbeit und auch Umweltbildung mittlerweile. Und als erstes ist dieses Logo mitentwickelt worden. Ich habe es heute schon ein paar Mal gesehen in den Vorträgen. Das freut mich sehr. Denn wir wollen ja den Zusammenhalt der einzelnen Teilgebiete auch weiterentwickeln. Eine Basis ist die gemeinsame Webseite, die gerade wieder überarbeitet ist, wo alle Gebiete und das Anliegen der Welterbestätte überhaupt auch dargestellt sind. Diese Folien noch einmal. Umweltbildung und Erholung. Ein paar Beispiele dazu. Das Welterbe ist mittlerweile ein fester Bestandteil unserer ganzen Veranstaltungsprogramme, insbesondere auch für die Zielgruppe der Schüler und Kinder, Kindergärten und Schulen. Es gibt spezielle Programme, die unter anderem auch über das Junior Ranger Programm laufen. Natürlich draußen im Wald, aber auch Welterbeprogramme an den Schulen, in den Schulen, die jedes Jahr weiterentwickelt werden, neu entwickelt werden, auch in Kooperation mit anderen Welterbestätten an den Schulen umgesetzt werden. Oder auf größeren Veranstaltungen. Wir haben heute schon Bilder dazu gesehen, deshalb will ich das gar nicht weiter ausdehnen, denn das Thema Vermittlung des Wertes einer solchen Welterbestätte spielt in allen Gebieten eine große Rolle. Auch in unserem Zentrum, in der großen Ausstellung zum Nationalpark, hat das Thema Welterbe Einzug gehalten. Hier ein Bild. Wir haben die Ausstellung umgebaut, erweitert um das Thema Welterbe. Es gibt ein großes Pult, wo 50 Welterbestätten weltweit aufgelistet sind und die Besucher einfach überhaupt erstmal erkennen und herauslesen können, was die UNESCO mit diesem ganzen Projekt Weltnaturerbe, Weltkulturerbe überhaupt bezweckt. Media Guide ist entwickelt worden, also man kann auch sich mit dem eigenen Handy sozusagen Ranger-Touren zum Welterbe in diesem Zentrum auch anhören und anschauen. Ich überblätter mal etwas und hoffe, dass die Folien auch zu sehen sind. Kommen jetzt zu einem großen Projekt und da auch schon zur Schnittstelle zur Regionalentwicklung, zur nachhaltigen Regionalentwicklung. Das ist der sogenannte Baumkronenpfad, den Sie hier aus der Luft betrachtet sehen. Man kann also durch die Baumwipfel...
sehen wir den schon wieder nicht, das tut mir leid.
Ich gehe noch einmal zurück.
Hier, jetzt haben wir ihn.
Ein grünes Bild mit einem orangen Turm, ja. Ist es zu sehen?
Ja, jetzt haben wir ihn.
Der Baumkronenpfad, eine besondere Attraktion, die wir geschaffen haben, damit die Menschen diesen Urwald jetzt ganz genauer noch betrachten und erleben können. Aber hier geht es auch schon um wirtschaftliche Entwicklung einer Region, denn immerhin sind hier 150.000 Besucher pro Jahr unterwegs auf diesem Baumkronenpfad. Wenn man das Thema UNESCO-Weltnaturerbe bewirbt, was wir hier auch in unserem Gebiet mit besonderen Tafeln, Schildern auch machen, dann kann man auch sehen, sozusagen, dass viele Besucher aufgrund dieses Welterbetitels auch kommen. Das haben Befragungen auch ergeben. Auch das Publikum ist internationaler geworden aufgrund des Themas Weltnaturerbe. Die Situation ist so, dass wir das Teilgebiet Nationalpark Hainich sehr nah haben an einer Weltkulturerbestätte, einer Burg, der Wartburg, die hier in Westthüringen liegt, ganz nah beieinander. Das ist auf dieser Karte zu sehen. Und das hat die ganze Region und wir auch mit aufgegriffen. Und wir haben die Tourismusregion Welterberegion Wartburg-Hainich gegründet. Das heißt, wir vermarkten sozusagen die gesamte Region mit den beiden Höhepunkten, den Welterbestätten, Weltkulturerbe Wartburg und Weltnaturerbe Hainich gemeinsam. In Thüringen, in Deutschland, aber auch über die Grenzen hinaus. Es ist schon vor 10 Jahren, ziemlich genau vor 10 Jahren, dieser Tourismusverband gegründet worden. Wartburg natürlich etwas ganz Bekanntes, zumindest hier in Deutschland. Das nächste Bild hat der ein oder andere vielleicht schon mal gesehen oder was davon gehört. Martin Luther hat hier auf dieser Burg, in diesem Zimmer vor 500 Jahren die Bibel übersetzt. Ja, die Welterberegion Wartburg-Hainich besteht natürlich nicht nur aus dem Nationalpark und der Wartburg, sondern aus einer ganzen Region, zum Beispiel der Stadt Eisenach mit Bach als besonderem Menschen, der dort gelebt hat und gewirkt hat, der mittelalterlichen Reichsstadt Mühlhausen mit einer historischen Wehranlage, die man begehen kann, der Kurstadt Bad Langensalza. Und jetzt geht es weiter sozusagen, gerade ganz neu haben wir eine weitere Stadt aufnehmen können in die Welterberegion, die Stadt Gotha. Also es ist auch interessant für die Städte, für die Kommunen, in diese Tourismusregion mit hineinzukommen. Das zeigt ja auch, dass es durchaus auch eine erfolgreiche Entwicklung in den letzten Jahren war. Es gibt noch viele andere kleinere Höhepunkte und es gilt das ist wichtig eigentlich auch für alle Gebiete, dementsprechend auch mit zu vermarkten, bekannt zu machen. Dann ist es auch für Touristen attraktiv, in die Region zu reisen. Beispiele für die gute Zusammenarbeit, die ich jetzt an dieser Stelle nennen will, herausgegriffen aus einer Vielzahl von Projekten, die gemeinsam entwickelt werden. Ja, die Welterbegebiete kennen den UNESCO-Welterbetag. Das ist der erste Sonntag im Juni, wo halt besondere Aktionen und Feste stattfinden. Da haben wir zusammen mit der Wartburg auch immer mal Aktionen, zum Beispiel die Wildkatze, eine große überdimensionierte, hier steht auf der Burg. Oder das nächste Bild, der Herr Luther sitzt zwischen den Rangern. Natürlich ist der Herr Luther eine Puppe, die hier aufgebaut ist. ein ganz besonderes Projekt, wo auch die Welterberegion sich zusammengefunden hat, war eine Präsentation in Berlin, in der Hauptstadt, zur sogenannten Grünen Woche. Alle Gemeinden der Region und die Schutzgebiete und die Wartburg haben sich gemeinsam dort präsentiert und viele, viele Leute erreicht. Man muss sich vorstellen, da waren in einer Woche 400.000 Besucher in dieser Halle, in der wir uns präsentiert haben. Das war einfach sehr, sehr erfolgreich und hat die Region auch zusammengeschweißt. Das ist immer das, was man eigentlich auch mit erreichen möchte. Daraus entstanden auch weitere Ausstellungen, die wir gemeinsam immer finanziert haben, gemeinsam mit den Städten auch uns präsentiert haben. Das ist also wirklich auch als Werbeeffekt sehr erfolgreich gelaufen. Werbung für eine Region, das steht immer mit im Vordergrund. Hier zum Beispiel eine Straßenbahn, die mit dem Thema Welterberegion Wartburg-Hainich gestaltet ist. Jetzt ein ganz anderes und wichtiges Projekt, das Thema Mobilität. Ziel ist es natürlich in so einer Region, auch gerade aus Sicht der Schutzgebiete, der Weltnaturerbestätte, den Individualverkehr zu reduzieren, eher die Besucher zu animieren, mit Bus und Bahn nachhaltig umweltschonend zu reisen. Und da arbeiten wir zusammen in der Region. Die Bahnanbindung ist mittlerweile sehr gut und es werden sogenannte Wanderbusse sozusagen auch eingesetzt, sodass man zu den besonderen Höhepunkten des Nationalparks oder der Region auch gelangen kann. Es gibt ein eigens entwickeltes Ticket, in dem man die Welterbestätten besuchen kann mit einem Ticket, wo die Eintrittspreise mit eingepreist sind. Da versuchen wir immer weiterzukommen und die Angebote auch weiterzuentwickeln. Es ist uns ein besonderes Anliegen, das Thema nachhaltige, umweltschonende Mobilität. Ein anderes gutes Beispiel sind die sogenannten Nationalparkpartner. Das sind Gastronomiebetriebe, die ja in besonderer Beziehung zum Schutzgebiet stehen, die Philosophie des Schutzgebietes der Welterbestätte unterstützen, kompetent auch die Besucher informieren. Da gibt es als ständige Qualitätsüberprüfung und auch Weiterbildung für das Personal dieser Gastronomiebetriebe, sodass sie halt auch die Besucher ja umfangreich und umfassend über den Nationalpark, aber natürlich auch über die gesamte Welterberegion informieren können. Eine enge Zusammenarbeit zwischen dem Schutzgebiet und den gastronomischen Betrieben, die sich dazu bekennen. Das sind ganz unterschiedliche Betriebe, vom kleinen Familienbetrieb bis zum Hotel beziehungsweise auch bis zum Betreiber des Baumkronenpfades. Ja, und auch gerade in den letzten Jahren aufgrund der touristischen Entwicklung und der Zusammenarbeit sind auch neue touristische Einrichtungen entstanden, wie hier zum Beispiel eine ganze Ferienhaussiedlung, das sogenannte Waldressort. Und da gibt es noch mehr dazu zu sagen. Das ist ein Unternehmer, der hier zu sehen ist, Herr Davo, Jürgen Davo. Mit solchen Leuten ist es halt ganz wichtig, auch zusammenzuarbeiten in einer Region. Leute, die das Thema eines Schutzgebietes oder auch einer nachhaltigen Entwicklung einer Region wirklich auch für sich mit entdeckt haben. Das ist jemand, der in der Hausbaubranche aktiv und erfolgreich ist, der aber wirklich auch im Nationalpark selbst Führungen macht, sich weitergebildet hat, selbst Führungen macht und auch das Thema Waldbaden, was in den letzten Jahren ja wirklich auch für Schlagzeilen gesorgt hat, mit aufgebaut hat, wieder hier das in seinem Waldressort mit anbietet. Also solche engagierten Menschen, solche engagierten Unternehmer helfen in einer Region natürlich auch sehr. oder auch ein anderes Projekt, die sogenannten Heinichhöfe, Ferienhäuser im 5-Sterne-Bereich. Also auch da ist eine ganze Menge entstanden in den letzten Jahren. Das Symboltier des Nationalparks hatte ich schon genannt, die Wildkatze. Und da die Besucher auch gerne Wildkatzen sehen wollen, ist auch hier etwas entstanden in den letzten Jahren, das sogenannte Wildkatzendorf. Das heißt, ein großes Infozentrum zum Thema Wildkatze und ein Schaugehege, was mittlerweile auch 30.000 Besucher im Jahr hat und also sehr begehrt ist als weiterer Punkt sozusagen in der Welterberegion Wartburg-Hainich, an dem sich die Besucher über die Natur informieren. Hier mal ein ganz anderes und kleines Beispiel. Ein größeres Unternehmen, ein Fenster- und Türenbauer, hat seine Produkte nach Themen im Welterbegebiet genannt oder benannt, besser gesagt. Also Zusammenarbeit und Aufgreifen des Themas, das ist etwas, was in der Region Schritt für Schritt auch umgesetzt wird. Weiteres Beispiel für gute Zusammenarbeit sind Feste, auch da ein Nationalparkfest, welches wir schon öfters veranstaltet haben, wo wir gemeinsam mit vielen Partnern auch Besucher erreichen und die Themen, die wir ja natürlich auch vermitteln wollen, auch vermitteln können. Gehört auch zu dem Fest oder die Zusammenarbeit mit den Schulen ist natürlich auch ein ganz wichtiger Punkt. Das habe ich vorhin schon erwähnt. Hier nochmal ein schönes Beispiel und Bild dafür. Natürlich auch gemeinsame Prospekte und damit, das ist so leicht dahingesagt, ist Rechte auf der Seite. Hier ist der Urlaubsplaner oder das Gastgeberverzeichnis. Es ist jetzt gelungen, wirklich ein gemeinsames Gastgeberverzeichnis der Städte herauszugeben, von 4 Städten. Und das ist nicht ganz einfach. Wer damit zu tun hat im Tourismusbereich, weiß das. Das ist jetzt gelungen und dann sieht man, dass es also wirklich auch eine enge Zusammenarbeit gibt. Ein weiteres Projekt ist also nicht nur die Prospekte selbst herzustellen, sondern auch mit einem Fahrzeug und einem Fahrer auch gemeinsam zu verteilen. Das ist also wirklich ein durch die verschiedenen Partner finanziertes Projekt, ein Fahrzeug, was also die touristischen Leistungsträger in der erweiterten Region anfährt und die Prospekte austeilt. Ja, dann komme ich schon zum Schluss der guten Beispiele. Auch Fachtagungen sind ein großes Thema, die jetzt viel öfters stattfinden, die letztendlich ja auch eine Wertschöpfung haben. Hier diese Fachtagung nenne ich natürlich aber aus ganz besonderem Grund. Da ging es wirklich auch um eine Untersuchung im Nationalpark, Bedeutung des Nationalparks für die touristische Entwicklung der Welterberegion Wartburg-Hainich. Da gab es schon 2007 eine Untersuchung und dann auch 10 Jahre später nochmal. Und als Abschluss möchte ich das gerne, die Zusammenfassung tatsächlich auch mal vorlesen, die 3 Sätze. In den letzten Jahren konnte ein deutlich quantitatives und qualitatives Wachstum im Tourismus erzielt werden. Es ist gelungen, eine Transformation vom reinen Tagesbesuch zu einem Übernachtungstourismus herzustellen. Übernachtungsgäste geben deutlich mehr Geld in der Region aus, was wiederum zu höheren Umsatz-, Einnahme- und Beschäftigungseffekten führt. Damit erfolgte eine merkliche Verbesserung der touristischen Wertschöpfungsbilanz in der Welterberegion Wartburg-Hainich. Damit möchte ich noch einmal unterstreichen, dass also mit solchen Welterbegebieten auch die Wertschöpfung für die Region stattfinden kann. Das ist gerade für die Kommune natürlich ein wichtiger Punkt. Und diese Beispiele, die ich aufgezählt habe, sollen dafür für sich sprechen. Vielen Dank für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
Vielen Dank, Herr Biel.
Ich hoffe, Sie konnten die Folien dementsprechend sehen. Das kann man also als Vortragender halt nicht ganz nachvollziehen, ob das jetzt wirklich auch ankommt.
Ich glaube, bis auf diese die Karte der gesamten Region haben wir dann doch fast alles gesehen.
Das ist
Oder?
sehr
Ich
schön.
frage mal in die Runde. Ich überlasse es Ihnen, Fragen zu moderieren, oder hätten Sie gerne, dass ich das übernehme?
Das wäre schön, wenn Sie das machen, ja.
Gut. Dann gibt es denn Fragen? Wir können das unter Umständen auch so machen, wenn sich jetzt hier in der Runde jemand befindet, der sich nicht so sicher mit der deutschen Sprache fühlt, dann kann ich auch gerne übersetzen.
Genau.
Keine Fragen? Ich habe ganz viele. Vielleicht geht es ja dann nachher auch noch mit anderen weiter. Und zwar meine erste Frage ist bezüglich, also ich bin sehr beeindruckt von dieser gesamtlichen Vermarktung eines Welterbes. Hier kommt jetzt auch im Chat, danke für die guten Beispiele. Bin auch sehr beeindruckt. Hatte jetzt aber die Frage, mit der Pandemie ist Tourismus ja plötzlich zu so einem teilweise auch problematischen Faktor geworden, oder? Weil es das touristische Aufkommen erstmal nicht in dem Maße da war, beziehungsweise dann mit den Hygieneauflagen und so. Und da würde ich gerne wissen wollen, wie die Region damit umgegangen ist. Also ob es da auch Initiativen gab.
Ja, natürlich. Zuerst muss man vielleicht sagen, in den Wald gehen konnten die Menschen ja trotzdem.
Richtig.
Oder gerade deshalb oder gerade. Das heißt, es waren eigentlich mehr Besucher im Nationalpark oder in den Nationalparken in Deutschland als vor der Pandemie, weil man sich da natürlich erholen konnte und mit Abstand auch unterwegs sein konnte. Für die Gastronomie ist es natürlich wie überall schwierig, klar, wobei im letzten Jahr war ja dann nochmal eine Zeit, wo alles geöffnet war und da waren so viele Leute da wie nie zuvor. Also man merkt schon auch, dass nach dieser Corona-Situation, und da hoffe ich, dass wir da bald wieder hinkommen, auch der Naturtourismus und auch der regionale Tourismus wirklich ein großes Thema ist und mit Sicherheit auch wieder zunehmen wird. Da bin ich ganz überzeugt davon.
Das heißt aber, Jürgen Neumüller. Bitte schön. Zeigen Sie sich doch vielleicht auch. Ja, wunderbar.
Hallo, guten Tag, Herr Biel. Ich hätte eine Frage an Sie. Sie haben ja so viele Aktivitäten eben vorgestellt. Mich würde schon interessieren, wie Sie organisatorisch aufgestellt sind. Also wie viel Mittel werden Ihnen dann von welcher Seite bereitgestellt für die Nationalparkverwaltung, um das alles zu realisieren, was Sie dargestellt haben? Oder ist es tatsächlich so eine verteilte Zuständigkeit, weil Sie ja von vielen Partnern auch gesprochen haben?
Genau.
Geben die dann auch Geld mit dazu oder ist das eigene Arbeitskraft, eigenes Interesse? Also wie lässt sich das so organisieren, so umfänglich, wie Sie es dargestellt haben?
Also es sind natürlich mehrere Partner, wie Sie schon gesagt haben, in der Tourismusregion, die über einen Verein tatsächlich organisiert sind. Erstens gibt es da auch Mitgliedsbeiträge in dem Verein, die für die, sag ich mal, für die kleinen Leistungsträger, wie zum Beispiel ein Familiengastronomiebetrieb, überschaubar sind, aber zum Beispiel die Landkreise zahlen da schon auch richtig kräftig Beiträge ein. Dieser dieser Verein, die Welterberegion Wartburg-Hainich, hat dann natürlich auch die Möglichkeit, Förderanträge zu stellen, was wir auch redlich nutzen sozusagen, um Projekte auch gefördert zu kriegen. Es gibt mittlerweile auch wenn man es gar nicht so nennen darf, auch eine institutionelle Förderung durch das Land Thüringen, der Tourismusregion, sodass da auch Personal mit finanziert werden kann. Und dann haben natürlich die einzelnen oder die einzelnen Mitglieder, so wie wir als Nationalparkverwaltung oder die Wartburg selbst oder die Kommunen, die Großen, natürlich selber auch noch Budget und Projekte, die sie mit einbringen, sodass dieser Komplex oder diese vielfältigen Aktionen sozusagen dann sich auch darstellen.
Ja, ich denke, das, was sich so gezeigt hat in Ihrem Vortrag, dass verschiedene Aktivitäten gebündelt werden, also von der Wartburg bis zum Hainich im Grunde, dass es tatsächlich für die Region in der Regionalentwicklung substanziellen Mehrwert bringen kann. Also es profitiert ja sozusagen der eine vom anderen, wenn ich das so richtig interpretiere an der Stelle. Und nochmal die Frage, sind es dann, wenn es um die Vereinsbeiträge geht, der Städte oder der Landkreise, sind das, weiß nicht, 4-, 5-, 6-stellige Beträge, die da im Jahr zu zahlen sind, damit man so eine Vorstellung davon bekommt, wie stark die Initiative das sein muss, damit man sowas hinbekommt?
Ich sage mal, die Landkreise zahlen schon 30.000, 40.000 Euro Beitrag auch. Die Städte schon deutlich weniger natürlich. Und die Gastronomiebetriebe, da ist es nach Bettenzahl und so weiter gestaffelt, aber das sind dann sehr überschaubare Beträge. Wie gesagt, und die einzelnen Institutionen, die jetzt auch Mitglied noch sind im Tourismusverband oder die auch wichtige Player sind natürlich sehr unterschiedlich finanziert. Natürlich das, was ich genannt habe, die neu entstandenen Ferienhäuser, die werden natürlich nicht durch den Tourismusverband finanziert, sondern das sind dann wirklich auch Privatinitiativen, Unternehmen, die sich gründen und die diese Einrichtung bauen und auch betreiben.
Vielen Dank.
Mehr Fragen? Weitere Fragen? Ansonsten hätte ich noch eine. Und zwar, ich finde den Vergleich zu Biosphärenreservaten ganz interessant. Und zu schauen, was eben in so einer Welterberegion dann Schwerpunkte sind und was in Biosphärenreservaten Schwerpunkte sind. Und da habe ich jetzt einfach also in Biosphärenreservaten sind es offensichtlich ja auch irgendwie nachhaltige Landnutzung, die da stärker im Fokus steht. Wie lässt sich jetzt mit diesem Instrument Welterbe vielleicht trotzdem in Richtung nachhaltige Landnutzung arbeiten? Gibt es da Möglichkeiten?
Ja, es gibt auch noch einen Naturpark, den ich jetzt noch gar nicht erwähnt habe, um es nicht zu verkomplizieren, der den Nationalpark einbettet, den Naturpark Eichsfeld-Hainich-Werratal. Und in diesen Naturparken spielt das Thema Nachhaltigkeit natürlich auch eine große Rolle. Also da geht es schon um das Thema nachhaltige Nutzung in der Landwirtschaft und in der Waldwirtschaft. Da will man natürlich auch weiterkommen, ähnlich wie in Biosphärenreservaten. Schwerpunkt hier aber bei dem, was ich vorgestellt habe und auch dieser Welterbe-Region Wartburg-Hainich, ist tatsächlich die touristische Vermarktung und die touristische Inwertsetzung der Region.
Dankeschön. Gibt es weitere Fragen im Chat, Anmerkungen, Kommentare? sonst frage ich gleich noch eine Frage.
Ja.
Und zwar, Sie haben mehrfach betont, dass Feiern, Feste eine große Rolle spielen.
Ja.
Und Sie haben auch gesagt, dass es die Gemeinden zusammenschweißt. Haben denn solche Feste noch andere Funktionen, beziehungsweise sehen Sie direkten Effekt auch, wenn ein Fest stattgefunden hat, dass sich dann direkt hinterher vielleicht neue Allianzen bilden oder neues Interesse besteht?
Ja, wir versuchen ja, also für uns ist als Nationalpark, jetzt spreche ich aus Sicht der Nationalparkverwaltung, geht es ja immer darum, auch einfach die Themen zu vermitteln. Ja? Also das Thema Welterbe, Wertschätzung dafür, Verantwortung dafür, das alles zu vermitteln, ist ja unser Thema. Das versuchen wir natürlich vielfältig, indem wir entweder mit Schülern unterwegs sind im Wald oder eben auch auf so einem Fest, wo man dann natürlich auch sagen kann, so, jetzt seid ihr hier und fühlt euch wohl, ihr Besucher, und könnt essen und trinken. Aber es gibt auch noch ein paar Stände, wo man was Schönes erfahren kann über diesen Wald, über dieses Weltnaturerbe. Das ist also ein Mittel sozusagen natürlich auch, um Umweltbildung zu betreiben, um es mal so zu sagen.
Mhm.
Das ist unser Auftrag. Touristisch ist es dann natürlich interessant für die Gemeinden, dass da auch man was verkaufen kann zum Beispiel und auch einen Gewinn machen kann für die Stände, die man dorthin holt, sodass es auch zur wirtschaftlichen Entwicklung beiträgt. Also es hat immer so mehrere Ursachen oder mehrere Wirkungen, besser gesagt. Auch solche Veranstaltungen. Und es fördert auch ein bisschen, das ist auch immer unser Ziel und es funktioniert eigentlich auch, den Stolz der Bewohner auf ihre Region und auf ihr Weltnaturerbe zum Beispiel.
Mhm. Ich schreibe mit, nicht, dass Sie sich wundern.
Nein, ich wundere mich nicht.
Spannend. Vielen herzlichen Dank. Wenn jetzt keine weiteren Anmerkungen, Kommentare, Fragen kommen, Anne Höning, wollten Sie noch was sagen?
Ja,
wunderbar.
Ich habe doch noch mal eine Frage an Herrn Nil. Und zwar, wie kommen Sie damit zurecht, als einerseits, dass es eine Tourismusregion ist und gleichzeitig diese Naturschutzfunktion zu erhalten? Also, wie steuern Sie das? Also,
Ja.
weil es treten ja bestimmt häufig auch Konflikte auf.
Ja,
Zwischen den Interessen
sehr gut.
des Tourismus und des Naturschutzes. So.
Ja, danke für die Frage. Natürlich, das ist immer für, sag ich mal, Schutzgebiete für Nationalparke auch eine Gratwanderung. Und es gibt auch Nationalparks in Deutschland, wo einfach schon sehr viele oder vielleicht sogar zu viele Besucher sind. Da wird es dann wirklich auch sehr kompliziert und schwierig. In dem Feld sind wir, oder sagen wir, da sind wir noch nicht, wollen wir auch gar nicht ankommen. Wir wollen einen umweltschonenden und nachhaltigen Tourismus entwickeln. Und indem wir es zusammen mit der Region entwickeln, versuchen wir das sozusagen auch gleich von Anfang an mit zu steuern. Ich glaube, wir haben sehr gut vermittelt dadurch in der Region bei den Kommunen und, sage ich mal, Leistungsträgern, Unternehmen, dass der Wert dieses Nationalparks auch darin besteht, dass es halt ungestört ist und dass nicht dort drin alles entstehen kann, also kein Disneyland im Nationalpark entstehen kann, sondern wenn man Projekte plant, dann muss es außerhalb sein, beziehungsweise dass die Menschen auch dahin kommen, um die Ruhe in der Natur und die Naturbelassenheit zu finden. Das haben wir sehr früh, sage ich mal, mit eingebracht und das hat auch großen Konsens jetzt schon gefunden in der Region.
Darf ich vielleicht nochmal nachfragen, wie steuern Sie das konkret? Also gibt es so unterschiedliche Zonen, also bis wo die Touristen laufen dürfen und wo dann, oder ja, wo die Wildkatzen quasi leben können, also ohne dass da eine große Anzahl von Menschen durchläuft. Ich denke mal, die sind ja relativ scheu wahrscheinlich.
Ja.
Also ich meine, welche Instrumente haben Sie dazu?
Ja, es gibt natürlich ein Gesetz zum Nationalpark Hainich, da ist es ziemlich genau drin geregelt, und es gibt einen Nationalparkplan, in dem wir natürlich auch naturbelassene große Flächen auch vorhalten im Nationalpark und andererseits ein Wegesystem auch aufbauen, was sehr gut und abwechslungsreich ist und wo die Leute angehalten sind, auch auf den Wegen zu bleiben. Und wenn man das gut macht, sozusagen auch mit guten Informationen und die Wege auch attraktiv sind, dann funktioniert das bisher auch sehr gut.
Kann ich etwas fragen?
Natürlich.
Bitte, auf jeden Fall.
Vielleicht ist das du genannt am Anfang, aber ich das nicht gehört. Wie groß ist das Nationalpark und wie viele Touristen besuchen pro Jahr dieses Nationalpark?
Der Nationalpark selbst, danke für die Frage, der Nationalpark selbst ist 7.500 Hektar groß, also 75 Quadratkilometer. Und im Nationalpark selbst, da machen wir halt Zählungen jedes Jahr an den Parkplätzen, Zählungen und Hochrechnungen, sind ungefähr 350.000 Besucher im Nationalpark. Aber das bezieht sich wirklich auf den eigentlichen Nationalpark, auf diese 7.500 Hektar. Wenn wir in die Welterbe-Region gehen, sind das natürlich viel mehr Besucher. Allein auf der Wartburg sind es ja auch nochmal so viele Besucher.
Dankeschön.
Vielen Dank. Nochmal, das war wirklich beeindruckend und inspirierend. Und wir werden jetzt ja vermutlich in 2 Minuten schon wieder von den anderen mitbesucht werden. Vielleicht ist es auch gut, diese 2 Minuten noch durchzuatmen. Ich würde mir das zumindest wünschen.
Dann können wir noch eine Pause machen.
Wunderbar.
Ich werde meinen Bildschirm jetzt wieder rausnehmen, ja?
Genau, genau. Vielen herzlichen Dank. Eine kurze Ankündigung für alle, die sich in diesem Raum befinden. Der andere Vortrag geht wohl noch ein paar Minuten. Wir müssen uns wohl noch ein paar Minuten gedulden. Sie können aber auch gerne da noch kurz reinhören, wenn Sie Interesse haben. Welcome back. to our joint closing round. I hope you come back full of new impressions. And since we would be curious what has been presented during the parallel sessions, I would like to ask someone from the group of Katja Arzt first to provide us with a short report.
Well, we did not decide to do this short report. And I think it's not very useful if I do it because I will talk too much. So you want to have a short one. So we were asking take-home messages, and what we find here, some words. Positivity is the way forward. Inspirational power, personal power seems to be important. Forest conservation is not only about trees, but also about people. Yes, so where we went really deep down was more on the process of participation. What is really happening and what can we influence? So yes, and there's a lot of things we can look at, and I feel it, as I said, like Sherlock Holmes all the time. What is happening here? And yes, but probably I would be grateful if somebody else would say what he or she understood. That would be much more integrative.
Yes, maybe I can add something. Yeah, for me, it was it was a mixture of Mrs. Arzt providing us with information, like her research about participation and participation processes, but at the same time, like maybe quite easy questions, but nevertheless that made me really having to reflect and think about the answer, like why do you conduct participation processes? Like, why do you want participation? Like really easy questions, but maybe in the day-to-day work, you don't even think so much about it. You do it because it's something, I don't know, obvious, or because it's something you do in general. So there were these type of questions that made me really reflecting about participation and why it is so important. And the whole keynote speech started actually with a nice experience that I haven't experienced so far in this kind of setting. Like Mrs. Arzt, Professor Arzt asked us to travel, like to close our eyes and to travel to a place where we feel safe. Like she conducted us in this travel to that space. And afterwards she asked us where we were at this moment. And actually 80% of us responded that it was a place in nature. And this was also to show us that this is something so common. Like if we let people participate on, in our case, beech forests, they have a stake because all of us, we have this in common. We take about nature, it's important to us. So we can build on this as we have this all in common. Yes, maybe this just shortly from my side. Thank you very much. And I really enjoyed it.
Thank you. Is there someone who wants to add on that? Ah, yes.
Yeah, I have like 20 pages of questions I would like to ask to Katja Arzt at this moment, but it will take us too long. So if you can maybe put your email address in the chat, then we can get in contact, because I think there's so much. I mean, we live in a world that's getting more and more polarization. So it's more and more difficult to make people try to understand. Yeah, transformation. This kind of participation processes can only work if people are open to listen to each other, and my impression is getting harder and harder to do this. So yeah, if you can, I'm really interested to know if maybe you have some good advice for us, but maybe that will need another hour or something to. So, and then if you organize some classes or something, let me know, and then I'm happy to be your student. That's it for now.
I mean, maybe we will in a bit have time to for some of those questions. But first, I would also ask the other group of Mr. Biel's keynote speech. Is someone ready to share some impressions now? We also could not decide throughout the session, but maybe someone feels ready to do that now. I'm looking at Dragan Roganovic. Would you maybe want to share?
This experience from our session, do you mean?
Mm-hmm.
It was very interesting, and it was very useful, because we have one same, let's say, one same area in our country, that this is National Park Biogradska Gora, and this is a very good presentation, and I have listened so much good things, and we have to work in our country to improve our management in this national park. I hope that we will have in future one meeting with people from this national park, and to share experience between us.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think one of the biggest takeaways was really a lot of inspiration. And if someone else wants to respond, I would be glad, but somehow some of the people that participated already had to leave, so I'm also not certain whether someone else is here at the moment. What became very clear is how important celebrations are for sharing certain things, but also for this sense of community. This was really very, very clear in the presentation. And those celebrations have so many other functions as well, educational functions, economic functions, tourism functions, etc. So celebrations seem really to be key for such a region. Yes, so since you also, I think, didn't have the possibility at the presentation of Katja Arts to ask further questions because you were pushed back to the main room, maybe there's some open questions to the Professor Arzt.
So at least our discussions in the both Bricket room had the same one common, that celebration is very important.
Oh, interesting.
Well, I haven't mentioned celebration so much, but I closed with a positive psychology, and that we have to get good feelings if we want to change something, and that we should start with ourselves to get ourselves in moods where we are capable for looking for solutions, and not concentrating on what is bad and what we don't have in common and what is dividing us, instead of what is join and what brings us together.
If I may respond on that, and I think this is exactly what this very special beech forest, World Heritage, and the beech forest family, and also the beech community concept is about. So this is what brings us together, as you just said. There's so many different component parts belonging together to one UNESCO World Heritage Site here in Europe, covering so many different countries, languages, cultures, and this is our common ground: old growth forest conservation. And yeah, so I think here is the perfect framework to further work on and consider the ideas and the approaches that you presented. Also regarding the other presentation, which I did not see, unfortunately, but I know about the concept because I have seen another presentation by Manfred Großmann, and this is another concept which is great to connect cultural and natural heritage in one region and build up on this and use synergies for that. And here again is the platform to share knowledge about this, as Dragan said before. So I think being part of this network, of this family, is enabling everybody to share experience on that and to learn from each other. So yeah, it's a great present to have this World Heritage site here. We can do a lot with that. You can do a lot with that, like and bring certain things further on a good way.
Thank you very much. Further comments, questions, curiosities? What was the most surprising or unexpected for you? I see people thinking. Just go ahead.
So we see the different cultures. The Germans always talk so much. That is what I see in international conferences. They always like to talk about everything. I think if we would meet each other, would go now and have a nice drink. It was.
There's a comment in the chat. I'm surprised that I still did not adopt the beech tree.
Yeah, maybe I can share something, but not with relation to your question. But I was like also. Well, I think I will have the opportunity later to see this keynote speech of Mr. Beale, because what I would really like to know more is how, if you want to establish such a region as you managed to establish, like and to give life to such a region, give it not just a name but fill it with life. So how do you manage to get all these different stakeholders this implies on board, and to have this common goal, this common vision of, hey, we want to get together, we want to be a joint region of this World Heritage. So yeah, maybe from the participants or from Mr. Beale, are there any, I don't know, like, I don't know if I can say recommendations, but things you have learned, like what is really important to make this happen, that different people, institutions get together and share a common vision and jointly work on this?
Herr Biel, würden Sie da darauf antworten wollen?
This was in German, so sorry.
Versuche mich gerade wieder reinzuklicken.
She was just asking him if he could answer the question.
Frau Michelson, das war lange. Vielleicht können Sie mir das ganz kurz nochmal die Frage stellen in Deutsch.
Yeah, I will just repeat it in German. Die Frage war, worauf es denn ankommt, dass, um so eine Region zu etablieren, da braucht man ja verschiedene Akteure zusammen an Bord. Also wie haben Sie das geschafft, die verschiedenen Akteure zusammenzubringen und gemeinsam an einem Strang zu ziehen?
Ja, das ist natürlich nicht einfach und eine ständige Herausforderung, aber wir haben es mit verschiedenen Projekten, mit gemeinsamen Präsentationen, also zum Beispiel auf einer großen Ausstellung, wo alle Städte, Gemeinden, Schutzgebiete, Welterbestätten mitfinanziert haben, sich darzustellen. Und es ist so eine Gemeinschaft entstanden dadurch. Und alle haben gemerkt, wenn man an einem Strang zieht, dann ist es touristisch auch erfolgreich. Nur dann.
Would you want to translate it briefly, Ms. Michelson? Or shall I?
Yeah, please.
Well, in short, the response was that it is not easy to, and it's a permanent challenge to really collaborate. But there was this one example of a joint fair, tourism fair, where all the communes presented their work together, or the region together, which kind of has been a very big welding moment for those communities. In short.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, the two of you. Caroline Seles had another question or comment on that?
Yeah, I was thinking, like, Marin, you already gave your answer on your question in your movie on the with the school exchange with Croatia. I mean, there's also how a lot of trust was built in Europe. Like, you know, when people start traveling and meeting each other and talking to each other, and then they suddenly realize that, oh, we have a lot more in common than we thought. So that's that might be part of the part of the solution. And yeah, celebrations, of course. That's we should organize a beach party or something. No?
Who is hosting that? Spontaneous.
Yeah, we have to find a beech forest that's close to a beach. So that's we'll find one, no problem.
Great idea.
Probably I can share the last slide on my presentation I haven't shown to you. So
yes, please.
Because I think it's a nice closing thing. It's a beach. and I have this one, sans exprès. If you want to build a ship, don't drum up the men to gather wood, divide the work and give orders. Instead, teach them to yearn for the vast and endless sea. I think that's what we need. Yeah, and I have so much trust. We can do that.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. I think this already has been kind of a very nice, almost closing word. However, of course, if there is more questions, there's the possibility to address them right now. If not, I would like to thank everyone for attending this conference and for all the valuable contributions, for the presentations, the discussions, the comments in the chat. And I would also like to thank the entire team who has done this impressive work invisibly in the background. Thank you for timekeeping, sorting, helping with the chat, responding to demands. So yeah, thank you for the technical magic also. EVS. The organizing team and I are looking forward to see you again tomorrow. Starting at 9:30, we will have workshop group discussions in which we would like to invite all of you to jointly lay out opportunities for World Heritage Beech Communities as drivers for sustainable development, and share your knowledges and experiences that are vast, as we could already see. The day after tomorrow, we would then again invite you to jointly define requirements and options and key points for enhanced regional cooperation and development of World Heritage Beech Forest Communities in further workshop group meetings. So tomorrow it will all be about sharing and collaborating. If you'd like to interact and discuss further with each other in smaller groups, we would really like to invite you to the Beech Power Lounge or place or forest, however you call it. It's digital again, but you can meet there informally, grab some drink and join the community there. And just as here you can see it in the chat, this is the link to the joint lounge where we're would be happy to see you there. In case anything has been missing today, please share it in the chat. If we can improve for tomorrow, please let us know. Otherwise, I say thank you, wish you a calm evening wherever you are, and I'm looking very much forward to see you tomorrow again.